Are you ready? Call your mama, call your papa, call your friends. The festivities are about to begin. Boom!
All right, there we go. Hell yeah! Ladies and gentlemen, we are live. I am here in my place. Uh-oh, I gotta mute myself over here. All right. Happy, thrilled to be here. This is Friday Festivities, and I thank you very much, everybody, for being here. I am beat up, man. There was a mosquito bite a few days ago, and it still hurts, man. This one hasn't gone away. I'm beat up everywhere, but this one was hardcore. If you would like to support for free, all I ask you is to hit the thumbs up right now under this video. That's the only free way that you can support this channel. I will really appreciate if you all do that. And hit the thumbs up in order to support. And also you can share the show. Go over Discord, other Discord servers. I only share on my it's bad. I only share my stream on my own Discord server, the Daily Boom. But I encourage you, if you are part of other servers, please go ahead and share the show. I will like everybody to support with money that you have and I need. So I need to sort some things out. If you can support, if you can help me out with anything that you can hit me up on PayPal or Super Chat. PayPal link is pinned in the chat box somewhere in here. And also you find it in the description box. No, please. Now, you're gonna see something strange. You say like, wait, why is some people does not have a range? Why does some people does not have a range? Well, yesterday before I go to sleep, I said, let me go on my community. I say, I don't know this person. I'm gonna take the range away. I say, I know this person. I'm gonna take the range away. And then I say, I don't know this person, but this person is actually a channel member, so I'm gonna leave the range. I know this person. I don't know this person, but I seen this person giving me super chat, so I'm gonna leave this person. I don't know this person, which have given me some super chats. I'm gonna take the range, and I know this person because So it was kind of a random thing I decided to do. The less recognized names and some of the names that I just decided to take ranges away of some just random names. So there's no citing here. I decided to take some ranges. Now, am I going to continue doing that? I probably will. I probably take a lot of ranges away. Now, the people is going to keep a range is definitely the channel members. Definitely, 100% you will have a range. The people that have supported me, that I remember at the top of my head that I have getting super chat, PayPal, money, something send, some kind of collaboration, some kind of a hookup, a personal, if we have a personal interaction, you will have a range. Now, there's some people that I might have by mistake taken range, and you say like, Jose, you remember that time that I sent you $10 on PayPal? I say like, no, I don't remember. That's why I might have taken your range away. So it's not about the money. It's about I'm going to make it 50-50 even. I'm going to give a handful of wrenches. I'm going to take a few wrenches away. That does not mean that anybody's going to time anybody out. It's not going to be any timeouts in the channel. I will decide who will get a timeout. Unless, it's obvious that somebody is breaking the YouTube rules and regulations, and it's not, the comments that somebody is posting is non-friendly, not YouTube friendly, then the person will be timed out, no question asked. But I still encourage everybody to troll responsibly. If you have a link that you would like to share, you can do it in a few different ways. You can ask me and request me for a wrench on YouTube, and I might give you the wrench back, no problem. And there's another way that you can share links. You can join in the Discord server, the Daily Boom, and you will be able to post links. You see, there's no need for the wrenches. There is need for the wrenches. There's no need. I don't know. How do you feel about it? Yeah, I'm taking it back. It's been 3 years, I don't know, over 3 years that this is was the bluest channel. Do not feel less loved. Do not think that I love you less. It does not matter. It's kind of random decisions that I did. Now, I see a few people here, right? Brad Wagner. I see Branch Wagner. He's got a range, but he's a channel member. It's okay. I see Farmer's Boy. He's a channel member. He's got a range. Bigus Douglas. What's up, Bigus Douglas? Bigus Douglas. I think a few weeks ago you sent me some money on PayPal that was very needed, right? Exactly. Tiny Capitan, I don't know why I left you a range. Just because you've been coming into the call and talking to us kind of on the daily basis. It's okay. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. John Hansen, the boss man, shout out to you, man. Actually, shout out to everybody, man. Charlie Welch is here. Martin! John Mongoose. Tiny Captain, Prono 1990. Devil's Advocate. Thuringstein number 2. Boom! No name. RT96. Zebulon 181. Matthew Hall. Also in the house, Kuso. Steve Wilson. Gary Whitebenga. RT96, Tiny Captain, Brad Wagner, John Hansen, Farmer's Boy, Bigus Dogus, 9 o'clock Hero, Charlie Welsh, Tusk, Dart, boom, Tusk. Well, Tusk, I remember Tusk. Tusk, did you give me a few super chats last week? You know what? So you know that there's nothing special about anybody. Tusk, you don't have a wrench anymore. I mean, are you so offended that you say, I'm going to subscribe for Jose because Jose took my wrench away? There's no need for none of that shit. You know what? Tiny Captain is not going to have a wrench anymore. See? That's easy. That's nothing personal. It's nothing personal whatsoever. It's kind of a random decisions that go to my brain in the moment, So don't worry about it. It's okay. It's okay. Everybody is have the same amount of value in this channel. You are all very appreciated by me. You are all very appreciated by each other. So you know what? If you have a wrench, it's okay. If you don't have a wrench, it's okay. It's okay. Boom! Shout out to everybody. Thank you, everybody, for hanging in here. Thank you. Appreciate it. Let's go to... Let me try to jump onto over here on Discord, open the call for everybody. I don't even know if there's anybody here because I haven't looked into Discord. I still need to do a few more clickities and see what's up. All right, we got that camera, weird, strange camera angle view. I'm about to Squeaky Earth. So, because Farmer's Boy is a Squeaky Earth fan, he can witness live.
Give it to me.
Okay, here we go. I hope it doesn't. What happens yesterday doesn't happen now, because Papa Frog, he stuck his head out and he almost got decapitated. Papa Frog, are you ready for Squeaky Earth? Mob it. Mama Frog, how about you? Mob it. And Baby Frog, I see you. You okay today? Mob it. Okay, thank you very much. Here we go, Squeaky Earth. Thank you, Rain. Sounds fantastic.
Oh. That sounds so bad. It's good.
Sounds so beautiful. Yeah. I think I squeaked it too far because there's an eye like a little off track over here. Oh, I think that's just him. That's just the way he is. All right, let's get the baby frog dangling over here. Mama frog. Everybody's good. Good. Everybody's seeing over there on YouTube. Yeah, kind of. All right. Well, we got a first super chat today by Brad Wagner. $2. Wrench money for Marsh. Thank you very much, brother. You have to wrench the money. There you go. It's almost over. So remember, April, you got to renew your super chat for the wrench. Super fucked up.
Oh, and that's a nice message from Twitwit. Hello, Twitwit. Some people are just born with wrench privilege.
There you go, Tweet, and you are the chosen one. Shout out to Tweet. I love you, girl, man. You are awesome. Yeah. Thank you, everybody. So for those who just checked in and or will see these, we'll see this later. There's a few people that just do not have a wrench anymore. You know what? It's okay. Oh, why am I looking at this camera? It's okay. Yeah, I'm too confused. I gotta hook myself up here.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me do it again. For those who doesn't have a wrench now, it's okay. It's okay.
It's all over the place.
So fucking one looking over here, one looking over here, like you, what, me?
Yeah.
Oh, it's like the poor buggers in a TV studio when they suddenly start talking to the wrong camera, and then somebody's going, no, camera 2, what?
Come on, do. Yeah. Fucking weird, man.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
There you go. Woo! Yeah, a happy day is a happy day. Today the class is in session. I don't know why I titled it like that. I just decided to. The school is in session today, live. Friday festivities. It was a great show yesterday, actually. It was a long show, like 4 hours or so or plus.
I had to bail out. I was so knackered. I was having trouble keeping my eyes open.
I started late, and it was a little bit of a roller coaster. It was fun, entertaining, and I got my groove going on yesterday about
mojo
topics.
Your mojo.
Yeah, I got my mojo on yesterday. I was doing great, man, and I'm happy with the performance. Well, I'm happy with the final result of yesterday's show.
You seem to have upset someone.
Yeah, I seem to. Yeah. We had a loss yesterday.
Happened after I bailed out because I think I woke up this morning and there was a certain somebody basically telling you to fuck off, and I thought, oh, now what?
Yeah, I know, man. Yeah,
exactly.
That has happened. That has happened in the past few years that I've done this. It have happened a few times before.
Yes.
Same person, same style of thing, you know.
Yes, I had a moment of deja vu when I saw that, and I thought, oh, okay, whatever that was, I don't know. I'd say I was probably fast asleep by then.
All right, we got Cuso, Puerto Rico. Cuso say, mi esposa, la doctora Rory. ¿Cómo tú dices el nombre? Rory? You know what? I'm going to say doctora Rory. ¿Quiere que le des un saludo en el Boom Show? Doctora Rory. Muchos saludos desde el Boom, desde Florida, USA. Muchos saludos y gracias por chequear el show. Me imagino que Cuso te dice algunos comentarios de lo que pasa aquí en el show. Chojo de locos aquí hablando con unos con otros alrededor del mundo. Pero es divertido. For real, it's fun. Shout out to Dr. Rour. Anamorphic Mind with a $10 super chat. Big money. Here's some money to buy No Name a wrench. You know what? Anamorphic Mind, you did excellent. No Name, you have a wrench. Hell yeah. You see, that's how we do it over here. Bravo to Anamorphic Mind. You see it, you got it.
Like it.
Dr. Rour, if you want me to give it a shout out, Kuso's wife, I guess.
Oh, right. Oh, I thought, who the hell is he on about?
Yeah, he wanted me to give Dr. Rour a shout out. And I did it in Spanish. I don't know. I guess Cuso is Puerto Rican, so I guess she speaks Spanish.
Fair enough.
Yeah. So I wasn't talking trash about you. I might have, in between the shout out, I might have said that you guys are all insane and crazy, and I talked to you on the internet. I might have said that, you know.
No, it's okay.
Oh man, good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah, man. For those who doesn't know, well, I guess there's no elephant in the room, but yeah, those that have followed Sean Hawkins. He left yesterday, triggered, angry. I had my arguments about the moon, and he just got angry because when I stopped him in his tracks, because he was doing a lot of tangents. I mean, Sean always does, but yesterday, for some reason, I wanted to stay on topic. And Sean was diverging us. He said, like, "Oh, I got an analogy. I got a story. Oh, let me tell you something." And he had some of these jokes and little side notes and analogies. And he was just tangent, man. Yesterday, I saw him as just tangent, man. I couldn't take him. I said, "Sean, you know what? Shut the fuck up. I don't want to hear about you. Let's talk about the topic. Let's include everybody. I don't want you to say quotes about this song. I don't want to say quotes about this movie. I mean, you're leaving everybody out. I mean, it's like you're just having a laugh with yourself." I just shut up. He got pissed off. He didn't like it. I'm sorry. That's how I was feeling yesterday. It is what it is, man. Deal with it. Grow thicker skin, you know?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, but Sean gets triggered pretty fast, I think.
Oh yeah, he does.
He
does.
I think you could call it a hair trigger. It really, zero to fully enraged in, yeah.
But he does not have much hair anymore.
That's true.
Yeah, that could be it then.
Shout out to Martin. Martin is a 2-month member, responsible troll. Martin! Hashtag free no name. He just gave me a free membership super chat. Hashtag free no name. You know what? No name, you are. I don't know what you gave. I don't know what no name have given to an amorphic mind to pay for his freedom. But hey, you bailed him out, man. Hey, he's free now.
Well, yeah.
That's all good. Oriv Anley, Lemonbird says, some people are tangential. Some like to stay on topic. People, 7/6 are different. Is all. What?
Oh, I see. People are different. So he's put 7/6 in brackets before the R.
Okay.
Because that is the accepted figure of standard refraction, 7/6 R.
I thought the answer was I'm not.
All right. Yeah,
well,
man.
That was actually what they said in Life of Brain. But...
Yeah. Well, and the last point, farewell to Sean Hawkins. I hope you do well. You do well in your game, in your server, whatever you're doing. I hope you do well in your videos. You just keep doing you, man. You are not cut for this type of open panels, man. I mean, we already knew that. You gave it your best. It's just not made for you, man. I mean, that's my opinion. You probably are better for this type of environment, open topics. But I, from my perspective, the way I run my show, you're looking for this format. What I do for you here. It's how it is.
But he's got to learn not to get upset with you when we talk about the moon.
Right.
That's a given. We know where we stand or sit or whatever with Jose and the moon and traveling to it and such like.
No, and actually, I appreciate when somebody just get mad at me, but specifically talk to me about the topic, stay on topic. And I say, like, you're so fucking dumb and you just don't know because of this or that. But don't go into like, all right, you know what? Let me tell you a story. When I was in 3rd grade, my teacher, Mrs. Mendez, she told me to draw whatever. You know, I said, well, what the fuck does that have to do with the topic, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what annoys me, you know. People just go off. There's some points that, if you want to do an analogy, but I don't know, man. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe I took a wrong approach. But yesterday it was fun. I think most of the people enjoyed the show yesterday, and me being there as the contrarian, you know, to keep it more balanced, you know.
Yeah.
Marble
Yeah.
Merman. Let's ask Marble Merman. If you watched it or you listen or you kind of get an idea, what are your thoughts on that? What went down yesterday? What could have been different,
First of all, I missed it. I was at work.
Damn,
I was busy, so I only just saw the ending or this morning with the whole Sean posting that. I'm like, what the hell did I miss?
No.
Well, I mean, yeah, and I'll just say this. I mean, there are some people, if Sean's going to get triggered, then maybe stay off the internet for a couple of weeks. I mean, there's things I get triggered off, and if I'm getting triggered, it's like, all right, I'm going to turn off and just go outside for a walk. It's like, okay.
Yep.
Breathe.
Yep.
So, and that's what there's things that do piss me off, but it's like, I don't let it affect my whole day. I just turn it off and just do something else. So, that's just my opinion.
Thank you to Call Gaming. He said, your show is awesome every day. I appreciate it, man. Thank you very much for the feedback. Appreciate it. And I know not everybody thinks like you. They said your show is what it is. We just come here to troll to try to find somebody to have to make fun of them. It's okay. You might not find it awesome, but it's a place for you to come in and hang out, which that's my intention, to give you guys a place to come in, either talk like we do in Discord or just chat like you're doing on YouTube. It's good.
Yeah, exactly. It's your channel, so it's your rules. That's it. And if you had to take away my wrench, I'll be like, okay.
Yeah, it's no big deal. I mean, it is what it is.
Right.
People got used to this, say like, damn, Jose say 3 years ago, and he also said 2 years ago that everybody gonna have a wrench in his channel. And yesterday, last night, I decided to take a bunch of wrenches away. It's okay. You know what? Charlie Welsh, just because to try to test a point, I'm gonna remove Charlie Welsh's wrench. So messed up. Oh, that's fucked up. I'm gonna flip it. I'm gonna switch it around daily. In the daily, I'm gonna probably take a bunch of wrenches away today, and tomorrow I might give you the wrenches and take others away. So don't feel lonely. It's gonna be changes with the wrenches. I want to keep myself busy in the chat box, and randomly I'm just gonna start taking wrenches to some people and giving them to others. So good, man. It might catch up, right?
Might be. Yeah.
Yeah, I really don't mind. If I'm in here, I don't see the wrench anyway.
Yeah.
You just took it away, but I don't know what I do with it.
Yeah, same with me.
Really, to be honest, actually, the only advantage of having a wrench is if you want to post a link in the chat.
Exactly, pretty much, yeah. Or if you want to time somebody out, somebody that does not have a wrench.
Right.
I mean, there's enough of us still with wrenches that if one of these bloody bots or someone turns up who just starts spamming, yeah, you can block them. But I find that, like I say, the biggest advantage is that if we're talking about something and we put a link in Discord, well, not everybody's in Discord at the same time, and you just whack it in the old side chat and Bob's your uncle.
Oh, look at that. Tusk was timed out by Zebulon. What the hell, man? Come on. Oh, shit. My computer took a crap. Shut it down. No, it's still working.
Yeah, I still see you.
Well, you're still here, so...
Okay. It went blank for a second. Woo.
Illuminati. It's always the Illuminati.
Unless it was just going into sleep mode.
Dora Uncle say, I'm smart and I will just not comment, so you cannot click on me and take my wrench away. You are deranged now. Nah, that's it. Now, Dora, you see the memberships, you're safe. You're safe. Your wrench cannot go away. You have either a Squeaky Earth or a flip-flop,
Yeah.
Right.
Al K don't need a wrench. He got a spanner. There you go.
Exactly. Mine's a spanner too. Yeah, we upgraded to spanners.
Tusk, why did you time out Zebulon? Come on. I mean, why Zebulon time out Tusk? Trolls, come on.
Yeah.
Oh, that was accidental. He said that was accidental. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. You're going to have a word with him now. Gary is here in the house. Gary, how do you feel not having a wrench on YouTube? It feels normal, right? Average, like you in the other channels, probably.
I don't even know if I had a wrench in the first place, did I?
Right? See? Yeah, you did. All the time. I had to
Oh,
give you a
I
wrench
never
because
pay attention.
yeah, I had to give you a wrench instantly when you came in like a long time ago because people wanted to time you out just because, you
Well, they can do whatever they want. I don't give a shit.
There you go.
I'm screwed with Charlie Wells. It's the last time I shoot super chat. Jose is dead to me. Oh no, I better give him the wrench back.
No, to which the answer is, oh well.
It's all good, man. It's all good. We're gonna have fun with the wrenches, but there are gonna be some people triggered. Like, the fuck you take my wrench away, Jose? I'm probably not gonna mention it anymore. I mean, I'll mention it if somebody like get really triggered and really annoyed about it.
Yeah,
But moving on in the future, in the next shows, is gonna be wrench is gonna be flipping, changing names around a lot.
just do it without saying anything. Just
Yeah, I will.
then somebody go, yeah, oi, hang on a minute, I had a wrench. Where's it gone?
If you're lucky enough to live in a qualified zip code.
Uh-oh. Marvin Merman is listening to TV over there.
Sorry. Oh, hold on.
If you're lucky to live in a... And I didn't get the rest.
You can make it a day. You can make it a daily dice day or something to switch the wrenches around.
Tusk. The fuck? Tusk say, the fuck? Zebulon, you're gonna have to have a word with Tusk, Zebulon. Oh man. Truth Nerds cannot time himself out. You want me to do it for you, Truth Nerds? Nah, don't ask me. Don't ask me that. It's Friday. Gonna take a lot more than a wrench to get me shown out. Shout to Charlie Wells. Well say, man. Well say. If you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball. Hell yeah. Shown out. Yeah, no pun intended. Boom.
I like that, Sean.
I know. I learned that word, shunned. I know the meaning. A few years ago, I watched some Amish shows. There were some Amish shows, reality shows on TV, and I watched them, and the shunned term was just used in that community a lot. Prono 1990, he got me a super chat with $4.99. He say, give Charlie my wrench. I love you, Joe. Whoa, maybe Jose, but Prono 1990, dude, you are such a good man. You know what? I am going to do as you say. I'm going to remove your wrench and I'm going to give it to Charlie. Beautiful. If you guys want to switch your wrench to somebody, well, ask so. And if you want to take somebody's wrench away, you can also give me a super chat and ask me nicely to take somebody's wrench away. But if that person is a member of the channel, if you got flip-flops and the Squeaky Earth, it's not going to work out. They will keep the wrench.
Yeah.
They're immune to wrench removal.
Oh, that was me. I was just trying to make a point. It was just a joke.
yeah. But I did it, man. Your joke paid off because now you...
Sweet. I win.
Yeah, Pronon doesn't have a wrench and Charlie does.
I never had a wrench to begin with, so it's no big deal for me. Loss.
I know, it's all good. Yeah, it's part of the little bit of a YouTube game, you know.
Exactly.
I mean, and if somebody really want to take that personal, then you really need a break, you know.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Joe Mongoose is asking if we can get rid of you, Farmers.
Oh, I've got a spanner. I'm a member, so I've got flip-flops, and I'm a mod in Discord. Sorry.
But Truth Nurse, just mirror your message, Pronon. Truth Nurse with a €2 super chat. Give Charlie his wrench back and take mine. Too late, Truth Nurse. Yeah, man.
Yeah,
You're a channel member. How am I going to take your wrench away, brother? I appreciate it, but Charlie has been taken care of. So thank you. Appreciate it. Tusk is a mod pretty much everywhere. He will take his revenge against Zebulon somewhere, sometime. I love it.
Oh dear. Yes, Jamungus, we don't have wrenches over here. We call them spanners.
Yeah, I never called it spanner. When I learned the term, I mean, I saw it. I saw it as a wrench. Actually, it's not a wrench, but I call it a wrench just because.
But it's the same thing.
Yeah. Charlie says Sean is really not cut out for YouTube. Skin is thin as a grape. That is Charlie Wells.
Yeah.
Welcome to Wrench Wars.
Which is surprising.
Well, in the
considering how-
Netherlands. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's just so surprising about Sean, considering how much abuse he heaps on other people. Yeah, his dummy isn't on a piece of string around his neck, you know.
I played that video to my partner earlier. So I got a video for you. She say, well, what you got? I said like, oh, just listen to this. It's a short. And she like, oh, is he talking about you? He said, yeah. And she was like, whoa, what the fuck did you do to him? I said, yo, just listen to the end. Like, fuck off. I was like, fuck off at the end. She like, oh my God, man, you starting like fucking with people around, just pissing them off. I said, of course I am. She said, you're so mean. You got skills for that shit. I said, hey, it was a good show, you know, it was a good show. She said, like, well, if it works for you, do whatever you gotta do, you know? Love it.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah. You can also respond like Gary did on the video I did about him.
How did he respond?
Well, it was just a fun joke about this elastic band banjo. But he actually liked the video and he shared it in Jose's Discord.
Oh, right. Oh, well. Sense of humor then.
Yeah, I was surprised.
John Hansen, the troll god, the boss man, can have a toolbox. Yes, you can have a toolbox, bro. Hell yeah. I got you.
Yeah.
I got you the same wrench in English and in Spanish too. So you got 2 wrenches. Oh man. So what do you guys anything special happen on other channels on the interwebs yesterday or in other days? We didn't get to that.
I've not seen much, to be honest. I think Bev did another God knows how long video. Oh, he does a hangout every night now, doesn't he? But I think last night's was still something like 7 hours. I just don't know what they talk about for 7 hours.
7 hours? Oh God!
I think hang on. I think it was. Let's have a look. But it's just like, what? I mean, how do you spend 7 hours going levelly horizontal?
I would have to be really drunk for that. I'm sorry, and I don't want to lose any more brain cells.
Yeah, I sometimes just sort of drop in, have a quick listen, and go, "Yeah, still talking shit." 6 hours, 59 minutes, and 33 seconds. There you go. It was the one the night before. I went to bed. He was talking. I woke up the next morning. He was still talking.
7 hours of dribble.
Yeah, well, say the night before it was 9 hours and 37 minutes. Because of the work I'm doing at the moment, the shift I'm on this week, I get up at silly o'clock, 4:30 in the morning, and he was still talking. He'd started this stream when I went to bed, and he was still going for it the next day. And of course, he's in the UK along with me, so he went all the way through the night.
Huh.
Over 9.5 hours of it. It's just quite something.
Shout out to Charlie Welsh. He's probably on lunch. I don't think you need your wrench anymore for the rest of the day, so I'm just taking it away. All right. So mean. Yeah, that super chat was just for a part-time wrench. You know, it's okay.
It's all good. It's all good.
Oh,
Steve
man.
Wilson has a point.
Well, why is that?
That Bev actually got triggered maybe because Toon actually included him in his redo of the Sextant challenge.
Oh, has it? I haven't got around to watching that yet. Oh, I must try and fit that in later on then.
No, He actually wrote a part in that explains that Bev is actually a flat earther, even though he claims she's not.
Oh yeah, I saw that video.
We all know he is a flat earther.
Well, he doesn't want to
you know,
admit it.
He did not too long ago. He was quite open in being a flat earther. Now he's tried to change to being this geometry expert. And of course, Earth isn't flat because it's got hills and valleys and all the rest of it. But
I have to. Charlie Wells, don't do it, Charlie, don't do it. Sorry, I had to say that.
yeah, oh dear. But yeah, it is. I think they went over and invaded MC Toon's Discord server yesterday. From what I've seen, because they have a habit of doing that. They'll turn up in somebody's server and take it over. We'll try.
Yeah, I think that
was.
that challenge from NC Toon got certain groups triggered. Like they really get triggered.
They've all been saying, "Oh yes, Sextant's only work on a flat Earth using flat Earth geometry," and he's basically called their bluff and said, "Go on then, show us." And all of it, yeah, and they've just turned around and they're coming up with all sorts of bullshit excuses as to why they can't do the challenge, won't do the challenge. You know, he's not specifying what the flat Earth geometry is. Well, you keep telling us you can do it with your flat Earth geometry. Go ahead and do it. Oh, that's right. You can't, can you?
Right. I mean, Oakley especially has been getting triggered about it. It's like, well, prove it. That's all we want. Just prove it.
It's very easy to say, oh yes, it can only work on a flat Earth because of flat Earth geometry. Yeah, which is what? Go on, show us. Show us how you can use a sextant without using the nautical almanac. Obviously, you can't use that because that's based on the globe Earth and spherical geometry. So all of that's right out. You can't use anything that we use that's based on a globe Earth because you say it's flat Earth and it's flat Earth geometry. Go ahead and show us how it works. And they all know that they can't, which is why you get this inundation of pathetic excuses and arguments and particularly Bev going, but you haven't told us what flat Earth geometry is. Well, no, he doesn't have to. It's your claim that you can use a sextant using flat Earth geometry. Off you trot. Show us.
I already had one that actually said in one of the comments that I had to learn how to use a sextant. Well, I think I already did.
How long ago did you get taught how to use a sextant?
About 25, 26 years ago at school.
Yeah.
Maybe it was 27.
Yeah, I can well imagine. And of course, it hasn't changed since. You know, a sextant is a sextant. It's the same now as it was, you know, however many years ago, even hundreds of years ago. It's still the same bit of kit, the same principle, looking at the same things in the sky.
I still have a Norris nautical tables here at home.
Yeah, I bet. And of course, all that MC Toon has said is you can't use any of that because that's not flat Earth. And it's quite funny to see that, you know, the about faces and the excuses and the bullshit and the whinging and the whining, and it's like, well, come on, you said it was so bloody easy. Off you go, do it. There's 10 grand in the off in there, easy money, surely.
Yeah, 10 grand. I mean, go for it.
It's not like he's put up 50 quid or £100 or something. He's put up, you know, $10,000. That's a proper amount of money. I wouldn't say no to it. You know, you're saying it's easy peasy. Well, go on then, bloody show us. Of course, you can't, can they? we all know.
And it's not like MC Tune discussed the things to put in there with people who already knew how to use the sextant. For example, Prototet, me, and some other guys.
Yep.
I don't know how to use it.
No, I've never touched a sextant, but I understand the principle of its operation. But yeah, I've never used one. I mean, I'm a landlubber. What do I want a sextant for?
All right, the school is in session. How anybody, just a quick 1 minute how to use a sextant who wants to give it a go, wants to try. I can't, I don't know.
Are you, hang on, I'm going to predict that you are sextant illiterate.
I am indeed sextant illiterate, and I need somebody if you can explain to me how a sextant works.
Yeah, you've got a sailor here.
Well, in one minute is a little bit hard to do, but basically you actually take an angle between two directions, and not 2 points or 2 lines, what everybody says. No, with 2 directions. You take a direction towards the horizon, and you take a direction towards a star or the sun. And then with the sun, you take the bottom of the top part of the sun and calculate with that. There's some reductions for that one. And I told already I have the Nordic side reduction tables. I have it here, nautical tables. That's for the height you are and what you are. So when you look at the horizon, if you're on a certain height, you will see farther. So you have the horizon is farther away, and the angle is a little bit different towards that horizon. And every angle, every distance, every height you have for the horizon, there's somebody already calculated for you. So you can actually look it up at the tables to adjust that for your angle. Because, if you are at 12 meters height, you have a different angle than that you're only 5 meters height. And that's how it works. And if you have 3 sightings, then you can actually get 3 lines from your guest position. What the difference is, and with that you get a global triangle. There's a triangle with more than 180 degrees, and you're in the middle of that triangle.
From the look on Jose's face, I'm not entirely certain he was following you.
No, I had to explain it within a minute or something. So
I'm so confused.
A lot of incomplicated stuff.
Yeah.
I was taught in 4 years' time, so yes.
Yeah.
I am a sextant illiterate. I'm not gonna learn this quick, but I hope that there have been some people that actually paid attention and had a better idea of what was going down. You know,
to be honest, it's one of those things that here we all are thriving and surviving on the internet. Google is God. If you look it up in Google, there are just so many websites giving you sort of fairly clear and instructions and guides as to how a sextant works. For anybody who doesn't know, a quick Google search will find you a ton of stuff telling you the basics. You're measuring, you're taking a bearing, you're measuring an angle on, say, 3 stars. If you're out in the middle of nowhere at night, you can see 3 stars that are listed in the charts, in the tables.
There you already go wrong, because at night, middle of the night, you cannot take an angle.
who the fuck talk about sextant for fun? Says to it with.
No, you can only take a sighting with normal sextant. With a bubble sextant is possible, but with a normal sextant, if you do normally on the ship, just without an extra mirror or something, you can only normally take the sighting during the nautical twilight, because that's the moment when the stars are visible and the horizon is still good visible. Because middle of the night, you won't see the horizon.
Well, you won't at sea, no.
Brian Leake, do you like my collection of Squeaky Earths? We got main Squeaky Earth, we got mini Squeaky Earth now here,
Yeah, man.
and we got the baby Squeaky Earth. It's good times.
I mean, personally, I'll just stick to using GPS because it's in my phone.
Yeah.
And that's the worst part. A lot of seaman schools, nautical schools nowadays do not teach the sextant anymore, because everything is GPS.
I pretty much got the equation to solve McToon's challenge, but I know he's not going to accept it, and then he's going to try
Oh,
projection, man. The projection. 2D Cartesian coordinate. Y'all try and call the surface of a globe 2-dimensional. I don't agree with that, but that kills you. The globe, if you want to project it as a globe, but the almanac, that's empirical distances and empirical, that wasn't done mathematically. That's done over years and years of the Navy and
Nope.
getting positions and getting zeniths at different stars. So if you want to try and say that that's all globe, no, that's you can represent it on a globe, but you're gonna have problems. It's 2D. It's Cartesian coordinates, man. It's flat Earth measurement.
The almanac is every year different. If it's done by measurements every time, then the almanac should be the same every year, and it wouldn't change. It's with spherical math. It's calculated and predicted where actually the star would be in the next year.
What's that got to do with anything?
That we use spherical math to actually calculate where the star will be and not where it's already been.
Did you see Rob Durham? He went to try and use a sextant in the engineering software, Sajida, and another one, and it wouldn't even let him. It wouldn't give him an elevation angle. It said it wouldn't do it. It was an error. You can't do an elevation angle with a curved baseline. Is what it kept saying. Yeah, I'll post that video if y'all haven't seen it.
We going down the old curve.
Then he tries to triangulate, and he shows the lines of equal altitude wind up teardrops the further north you go, or the further south. It doesn't work on a globe. You can do it 2-dimensionally, and you can do it on a globe. You can do it on a Google Maps or Google Earth with 2D, and then it zooms out and shows a ball. If you do lines of equal altitude on a ball, they're not equal altitude. It doesn't work. What you have to do is take a section off the sphere, like cutting a slice off an orange. Then that's basically putting you on a flat surface. That's giving you that's giving you equal altitude elevation.
You're just describing the opposite as what I just explained how the nautical tables work.
Well, let me post this video and you give it a look and you argue with the engineering software then.
What's wrong with doing it in real life?
Why should we have the nautical tables if it was not a sphere? The nautical tables should be useless if it was flat, because you don't need the whole calculation for it.
Shout out to Tweet. There comes a point in my day when I think it's either have to start drinking or I need to live. So what will you do? Are you going to be having fun as a drunk in the chat box today? Tweet, go grab a drink.
Tweet,
of course.
There's that bottle in the fridge. Come on. It needs finishing off. You don't make sense. Well, by the time you finished it off.
To everybody watching on YouTube, we got 40 plus people watching. Please like the show, hit the thumbs up if you just arrived here or watching this recorded and you forgot about it. Share the show and support however you can, PayPal, Super Chat, or whatever, or just by jumping into the call. That's a good way to support also. So boom, Brian Leake is in the house with Al K, Shaik, Farmer's Boy, Gary Waibenga, Mars Mushrooms, and Tiny Captain, and Flip Flop is also here. Boom.
I just posted a video of him trying to use the sextant on your globe.
I can scroll the video because I don't know the content creator. I'm sharing my screen. If you want to click on my screen share.
Talk about Sextant now.
But because this is I don't know who this guy is. You know, I don't want to take a chance for copyright.
Yeah, but I mean, it's like it's for him to go watch. You know, it's about 9 minutes.
Yeah.
It goes into detail, and it shows different spots and all that. But yeah, I all I had to do was revise my refraction model just by a little bit, one little calculation, and I can do McToon's challenge within about 10 miles. But he's not going to accept that. But here's the deal: if the Earth is flat, then light is what's bending. So there'd have to be a refraction model. So but he won't accept that. He won't accept a refraction model. So I'm not even about to even turn it in just to get shot down. You know, he's not going to accept it. But if the Earth is flat, then it's not the ground curving, it's light curving. That's the whole point. I mean, not light curving, but light refracting. You know, would you at least agree with that? If the Earth is flat,
Yeah, but it's
then
not.
it's the light doing the bending,
But
doing
it's
the not ground curving, but the light bending
but
or refracting.
It's not flat.
If the
No, it's not flat.
if the Earth was flat and you do the same measurements with the sextant, you will get in a completely different location.
No, not when you apply the refraction calculation.
But the refraction calculation is in the globe model as well, so you will still get in the wrong position.
No, you won't. It's the same as a globe. It worked out within 10 miles.
But the whole refraction is in my tables. It's already in there, so we already used the refraction with it. So you're missing
What I'm trying to tell
still
you is the
the
distance
other
are the
corrections.
I don't think you're hearing me. The distances work out to be the same. Okay, if you take a and you apply 90, first thing you do is you go and you get an angle. Okay, and this is based on 1 degree in 69 miles. That's empirical. So
Roboting.
underneath Polaris, 69 miles, okay, it's going to change by 1 degree. Okay,
Roboting.
that gives Polaris a height of 3959. Okay, so that's
But there you go already. If you actually do that on a flat Earth, then Polaris will have to change in height.
not with the refraction. Listen, let me finish. Okay, so that is empirical that Polaris would be 3,959 miles if it changes 1 degree in 60 nautical miles. Okay, now on a flat Earth, if you start going further, okay, it doesn't line up. So something's got to be going on. So it's refraction. Okay, so you just take and you measure your angle. So wherever you're at with the sextant, you measure your angle. Okay, then you triangulate that to get the distance. So you have an angle and a triangulated distance. Okay, so then you take that angle, you say 90 minus that angle over 90, okay, times distance times the angle, times the angle times distance
Brian.
point 0.10 of the distance. I got it written down somewhere, but it works out within like 10 miles until you get to like about 70 degrees.
Let me.
Then you have to apply terrestrial refraction as well, but it doesn't work on a globe past when you get down close to the equator either way. So,
But if you're talking about the challenge and MC Toon, Dora Unku with a free super chat says, "You're a coward because there is an arbitration clause." I think that's about the challenge what you're speaking about.
Yeah, MC Tune cannot say, okay, I don't, it's false, I don't care. It's actually calculated in that actually somebody else will choose if you're right. So you can actually have and somebody who's working in navigation and is a flat earther as your judge, and if there's enough votes and without MC Tune, then actually Bernie Beaver has to give you the money.
Yeah, you're having bad connection issues over there, brother. For those who just arrived and find yourself that you don't have a range, range wars just begun today on JG Boom channel. So don't feel it personal. So some people will not have a range sometimes, and then you will. Go ahead, Alkay. What's up?
I was just going to say it's kind of hard to make out most of what Brian's saying but from what little I've gathered, it sounds like he's just talking about taking numbers that already exist, then introducing a fudge factor to account for the fact that there isn't a linear change in the angle to a star to, try
I'm
and
explaining why, though.
force
I hear
light
what
into
you're
it.
saying.
However, I was still talking.
Sorry.
But I haven't looked at MC Toon's updated challenge or whatever, but my assumption would be that you have to use a sextant, demonstrate the method, and all that kind of stuff, not just provide some numbers. You have to go through the whole process. Am I wrong about that?
It does. All right, let me respond. Okay, it doesn't matter. You can take this equation, and this is all empirical. This ain't freaking ad hoc. Okay, the globe refraction like 7/6R, just making up a fucking number. That's ad hoc. This is actual
Brian,
measurement.
that's your opinion.
Hold on,
That's
let me
a wrong
finish. Let me
opinion.
finish, man. I let you finish. Now this is actual measurements. Okay, and the equation is 90 minus A over 90 plus 90 divided by 10 times distance times point A. Okay, so what that does, it's just a ratio. It's a refraction ratio, and it gives you the same distances as a globe, just about within just a few miles, until you get real close to the horizon, where you'd have to apply terrestrial refraction as well. But as far as all the angles we use the sextant for, it works. So you don't even have to work out the positions, because just that equation, you use it with any angle. It gives you the same distance as a globe. So
I got a quick note about refraction here. And this is for Bigus Douglas. He actually gave me like $7 on PayPal. Thank you, Bigus. Brian, there is no reason to assume refraction is doing that. This is called a fudge factor, Bigus Douglas say. Thank you, Bigus.
Okay, I'm gonna post another video to show all my evidence, to show how it is and how we've demonstrated it. I'm gonna post another video for anybody interested to see how the sun's light actually refracts in real life with evidence and plenty of examples. I'm gonna post a video in Daily Boom. Give me just a second.
Refraction changes, and if you're talking about the sun refracting, whereabouts in the sky is it when it's open? Anyway, while he's doing that, so you get that stuff completely arse about face. That number isn't just plucked out of thin air for 7/6R. And his method is just made up. And it's, as like I said, he's taken numbers that have been supplied to him through globe navigation.
Nobody
and then
supplied.
finding a way
Yeah.
to fudge an extra dimension into that, which is
No,
put under the heading of refraction.
Everything you're saying is exactly backwards, bro. The 7/6R is completely ad hoc. My equation.
No, it's not ad hoc, Brian.
This is all based on empirical measurements and empirical angles. There's nothing made up about it. The only thing made up
Your
is just
fudge
the ratio
factor for
itself.
refraction
It's not a
is
fudge factor.
ad hoc, Brian.
It's not ad hoc. 7/6R is ad hoc. Where'd you get 7/6R? Where'd you even get that? Where'd you get R? Okay, my equation.
The same way you
Hold
get
on,
an
hold on.
easy
My
level,
equation is
Brian.
based on empirical evidence. My equation is based on what you can measure if you go 69 miles and from Polaris 1 degree, and then getting the angle measurement from wherever you're at on Earth, getting the angle to the star, and triangulating the distance, then applying the refraction to that distance. It's all empirical. It's all real life. 7/6R. Where the fuck did you get R? You got that from above ground. Just how I just said.
You just
Brian.
described a way that you actually can get R from measuring 60 nautical miles degree drop from Polaris, and then 360. Then you do until 90 degrees, and you do that times 4 times. You get the circumference. The circumference divided by 2 pi, and you get R.
Brian, how does
You don't have
numbers-
R, man. There's no
Brian,
R. There's no.
Yes, there is.
Brian, how does number relate to refraction?
It's a ratio, Chikey. It's a ratio.
A ratio of what? Can you show me in the
It's
lab?
a ratio of
Ratio.
light bending up. You're gonna have to watch the video, bud. You have to watch the
Can
video
you
because
show
I'll
me
show
in the
examples
lab?
of what the
Can
light's
you
doing.
make a test other than Polaris that will show you that those numbers are somehow related to refraction?
I do better than that, Chikey. I show about 5 examples of what the light is doing with lasers. Okay, I show empirically. Okay, and I explain how to do the. I show the equation, the refraction equation in action, and there's only one modification to it. It's small, but if you get past this equation and find any problems, I'll give you this small little this little tweak that I left off in the ratio, because the ratio is refracted based on the distance you are away.
So Brian, you talk a lot. Listen, I'll look into this later. I want to comment on your first video you posted. This idiot is drawing circles on a Mercator projection, thinking those are circles of equal altitude. No, circle of equal altitude you draw on the ball, not on the projection. On the projection, there are not circles.
Let me ask you a question.
Get it?
Okay. Is your angle of equal altitude, okay, are they parallel with each other?
What do you mean parallel?
I mean 3 angles, so let's say 3 people around that circle, okay, are they equal altitude? Are they parallel with each other? Are they parallel?
The line of sight to the star, yeah, it's parallel.
What I'm asking is 3 people around a star, like if everybody's 1,000 miles away from the star in a circle, are they parallel with each other?
Everyone who on this circle and looking at the star, the line of sight of all are parallel.
So you're basically taking a slice off of Earth then, right? And calling that equal altitude.
No.
Yeah.
So they're not parallel then, which is
yeah.
He doesn't know what equal.
Do you think that a circle is actually a disc?
No, wait. Well, don't change the subject. Is it parallel like Chikey said, or is it not? You just disagreed with him.
No, because it's not a slice. It's just a circle around a ball. It's on a ball. It's not a slice.
Around the star's zenith is what I'm asking. The star's zenith. If 3 people are around a star, it's in the middle of them. Okay, are they parallel with each other?
The people? No.
So they're not. So it's not a
People
slice.
are not. Because they are.
So they're not at equal altitude then.
Yes, it's equal altitude. The star is at equal altitude. not the people.
What is that altitude? 5 kajillion light years? Are you kidding me? They're not talking about the star.
It's the angle.
It's not that they're not talking about the star of equal altitude.
The
Man. Come on.
angle.
When they say altitude, that means its angle. It doesn't mean how far away it is. It means the
What do you
angle.
think they're talking about? Equal altitude.
Sorry.
The angle each one of them will measure to the star.
Sorry,
From
can I just come in? Have I just come in at comedy hour? So not being serious, surely.
Uh,
I think Brian is very serious. I don't think he understands.
Yeah, do you know what
the circle of equal altitude?
The GP, right? The GP is directly underneath the star, right?
Yeah, that is the direction.
If you have 3 people,
yes, that's correct.
if you have 3 people all 1,000 miles away from that GP, they're not parallel.
the people know.
They are on the same circle of altitude, but that's irrelevant.
It's a circle of equal altitude. So you're telling me that they're not at equal altitude if it's not parallel. Now, the way Bob described it, was that and the way Mr. Sensible and some other people described it is it is a circle of equal altitude, because it's like taking a slice off of like a basketball or an orange, take a slice and the outside of that circle represent each person, which puts them parallel.
Is that your equation, Brian? Is that your equation that Mr. Malort just posted that I'm sharing my screen?
You mean if you actually make the circle a disk,
90
then
minus
you
8
take off
over
a
90
slice.
times D times point A.
If you make the circle into a disk, then you take a slice of the Earth. But it has nothing to do with it. It's just to make people understand how it works. It has nothing to do with the calculation.
And I'm just talking about the definition of how it works to see your understanding of this. Because the circle of equal altitude, I get a lot of contradictions, and I want to see where you stand, because Bob,
You're
basically in one camp.
If you're taking an observation to Polaris, Brian, it's quite simple. If you've got 3 people 1,000 miles apart and they've all got the same angle of elevation to Polaris, we can probably determine one very simple fact: they're all at the same latitude.
I think
Would you disagree with that?
Brian, I suspect Brian doesn't know what a circle
Hey, Brian.
actually is.
Oh no, yeah.
Brian.
I just want to hear if he agrees with that statement, because I think that's pretty much what we're talking about here, isn't it?
That's the angle with a flat baseline. Okay.
Oh.
No. Just ignore all the hyperbole. If you got 3 people who measure the same angle to Polaris,
you cut me off.
and are 1,000 miles apart, we can pretty much say they're all at the same latitude, can't we?
Yeah. So a circle. That section, that sliced off section. Okay.
There's no slice.
Hold on. You're roboting, Brian. Hold on, guys. Don't talk more. You get worse. You were roboting really bad, Brian. We're getting a little bit too excited, and we're like, just because we disagree, we're interrupting Brian every other word. Let's try not to do that anymore.
I'm gonna drop and rejoin.
Yeah, I might fix it. Yeah.
All right, Brian.
Let's try not to get too excited and try to interrupt when we disagree or when we want to reiterate the point. Let's just take our time.
Can I say cool whip, Brian?
Cool whip.
Hey, Brian.
Just drop and rejoin. Let me make my comment though. So the way it's shown is, like I said, a slice of an apple. Okay, so you're having to take and create a flat plane on your spear, and then applying the mathematics to it.
No.
Hey, Brian.
He was probably still talking, but he was roboting, so you guys thought he was done, even though it was obviously in the middle of the sentence when he just broke up for signal issues, and you guys just wanted to talk quickly because he's just stopped talking. We got to be aware when he's at the end of his statement. Hopefully we'll keep it shorter. He's actually a lot better than Lemon and others that really go really long, so let's be patient with Brian.
Am I still Jose?
That was half roboting when you asked me if you're still roboting.
Let me try one more thing. Y'all give me just a minute. Get your questions ready.
Yeah, because the slicing of Earth is just a simplified drawing to make people understand how the same distance works. It has nothing to do with the calculation.
Just a circle on the sphere. That's all it is.
So,
could you say a blunt and a blitzen for me?
No, I just heard cool whip a few times. Who say cool whip?
Cool
Me,
Whip.
I said cool whip.
Do you like Cool Whip?
Bob, what did you have, Bob? You got a point for Brian. Maybe he's listening now. Let's see. Let's hear it.
Well,
Yeah.
the point is, I'd really appreciate it
bad,
if you
Bob.
would not. I'd really appreciate it if you would not attribute statements to me, especially when I'm standing right here, for the simple reason that he rarely understands what I'm talking about, and he constantly misquotes me. I just don't want him doing that.
How about that, Brian? You happy with that? When like try not to like interpret what Bob said? Maybe only when talking to him. Yeah, I don't find it entertaining just to talk about person's quote or something for hours long and try to misrepresent like some other people do, you know. We are here, we can talk to each other, it's good.
Yeah, Bob, the whole what you said, I understand that it was just a simple explanation of what the circle was. You make it into a disc, then you get a slice of it. It has nothing to do with the calculation.
Indeed, because I was going to say you don't need to do that calculation to make the observation. You just get your sextant and you kind of align one bit of it with Pole Star, you align one bit of it with Horizon, and then you take some angles. And obviously, you calculate for your dip in case you have altitude.
The thing that's confusing is that the line of sight to the star, all of those are parallel if you're on a circle of equal altitude. Actually, from any location, the line of sight to the star will be parallel. However, your position in relationship to the ground is not.
Yeah, and the hardest part is actually calculating for time difference.
You got that sorted out, Brian? You trying to find a better headset or something?
I think he's talking to his Dutch brother, Eric Stom.
I didn't hear that. Maybe he's trying to figure out a better audio settings. It's not an audio issue. I mean, it's not a microphone issue. It's more of a signal, like stronger signal, a little bit necessary.
It's just one of those things that if you're going to try and be part of a conversation here, you at least ought to have a strong enough signal to be able to get your stuff going through.
Yes.
You know, this crap about going on a phone and out in the woods and, you know, trying to interject and dominate a conversation when you can't even get a signal out really doesn't work.
Probably Brian got a really good signal in 75% of his surrounding area, but he likes walking a lot. He likes walking a lot, and he go through that 25% a lot. And that 25% of where he doesn't get a good signal is the prettiest, and there's butterflies flying, and there's shadows and rainbows and stuff. So he like to hang out there a lot, where he got less signal than the rest of the house.
Damn
Maybe.
NASA, Jose. Damn them. It's
I can
obviously them that's planted those trees and put those pretty flowers in and scattered those butterflies around just to attract them.
I can imagine that being the case.
Absolute tossers.
He's obviously in Neil Armstrong Park.
Why? This is important stuff we're talking about here, says Tweetwit. Chat the Tweetwit.
Hell yeah.
Alright, hopefully Brian come back anytime. Yeah. I don't even know what we were talking about. Something 90
Circles of
degrees
equal
or
altitude.
he seems to think that he thinks he could satisfy MC Toon's challenge, but MC Toon wouldn't accept what he's offering or something.
Well, we're
yeah,
having trouble getting a grown man to understand what a circle is.
Yes.
I don't think, we're going to get very far.
I suspect that he doesn't understand what a circle of equal altitude is, which is why he was asking what everybody else thought.
I had a whole conversation with Flitzoid about a circle of equal altitude, about him not understanding a difference between a disk and a circle. Flitzoid actually said that if you put a circle on a square, you actually get a 3D circle.
What? How?
Yeah. Well, it was my video from Thursday I put out. It's all in there.
Geometrically challenged.
Well, haven't you ever found it strange that, there's a group called Mars, they produced a record on vinyl and it was called Pump Up the Volume?
Yeah, the only thing I had to do to actually start the conversation was to say to Flatzoid, I think you do not understand the difference between a circle and a disc. And he went on from, you're assuming that, I never said it, and that is the same. And he actually described the circle as a disc. And later on, somebody else came in and he said, oh, well, I read a comment from another stream. And there you said the circle is a disc and a disc is a circle. So here you go.
I'm assuming a disc would have some depth, wouldn't it?
I like to ask a simple geometry question. If they can't get it right, they're not really worth talking to.
I'm shit at geometry, so don't hold me to that, Bob.
Can you have a right angle to a curve?
No. Well, no, actually, sorry. Can you have a right angle in a curve? I misheard the question. Can you have a right angle on a curve? Yes.
Can you have a right angle to a curve? And the answer is, of course, yes. Yeah. And that means that you have probably exceeded the 8th grade level of math. And that means that you're worth talking to.
There's a snap command in AutoCAD called perpendicular, and that enables you to draw a line perpendicular to a circle. Quite useful sometimes.
So they're telling you can do it. Okay, that's your belief. That's your claim. Okay, I got it.
Well, I asked Brian today, if we can't have 90 degrees angle to a curve, can we have any other angle to a curve? Or is it only 90 degrees that we can't have?
Well, of course you can. You can also have 0 degrees, and that's called a tangent.
No, I mean, what's so special about 90?
Wow, because they like right angles.
Yeah, because it's the right angle as opposed to the wrong angle.
Yes.
But a spherical triangle doesn't have to be 180 degrees anymore.
Now you're talking spherical geometry, and that doesn't exist.
Are you talking about an undevelopable shape?
Yes.
Okay, I have to throw out all my studies again. Sorry.
I'm still waiting for Bev to answer my one really, really simple question, which is, a straight line is the shortest point, is the shortest distance between 2 points on a surface. So if we've got something that's not flat, what's a straight line? That's not why I next question for some reason.
That's why he only deals with planar geometry.
I have to post something.
Else too confusing. Sorry.
Yeah, I have to post something I tried a long time ago.
I think we should always say planar geometry in a Dalek voice.
I'm not doing a Dalek voice.
Planar geometry.
There you go, Bendy Light. I just tested and confirmed in AutoCAD I can snap a line perpendicular to a circle. Yes. It's a very handy little snap command, that.
I like AutoCAD.
I do too, but only in 2D. Can't be doing all this 3D nonsense.
Uh-oh. Who's got the news going in the background there?
No, that was me just going to Tiny Captain's YouTube channel, and you do that most annoying thing when you go to your channel. You have a video that starts playing with sound in it.
Oh, sorry, that's me. That's me with the squeaky earth. Whee! When you go in. Responsible
you
for
have
it,
to.
it's okay.
That's okay. I
Like
quickly mute
Donald
it.
Sutherland at the end of Return of the Body Snatchers or whatever it's called.
Oh, Invasion of the Body Snatchers. where it just
we
turns
we,
out and
we,
goes,
we got to include everybody. We got to stop talking about little tangents, please, everybody.
No,
Brian is here, and we are ready to go back to business.
Let's see if we can hear him.
It's the only bit of
Yeah,
geometry
I
I'm
get
good
him.
at. Sorry,
Can I get a
Brian.
mic?
Go on.
Am I coming in better?
That's better.
Loud and clear, yep.
All right, good.
All right, we got a lady playing the triangle over here on screen. So we're on triangles and MC Tune requirements for the challenge. He actually put like, hey, if you can follow these steps and you can accomplish this, you get some money. That's where we were. You can start from the top now.
You don't really think he's going to give anybody money, right? He's going to say, for starters, that you can't even use the almanac, which is empirical.
No.
He's going to say you can't.
Wait, no interruptions. Brian, you go ahead. I'm saying wait to the other people attempting to interrupt. Let's not interrupt, Brian. He just started.
First, I'm going to have to make a map because you're going to assume that Google Earth or any other projections or anything more than projections. I'm going to need my own map. I'm going to need my own almanac. But my equation says it all. You know, it's a ratio of distance to refraction, distance to light refracting, that pretty much matches globe distances almost to a T. Until you get down close to the horizon. It explains sunsets. It explains the angles to Polaris. It's all empirical. Like I said, once again, I'll try and make this quick, but the first thing you do is you start with an angle. You get that angle. Let's play of explanation. Now you triangulate. Using 3959 as the height of Polaris because that's 1 degree. That's the least amount of refraction we're going to get is directly underneath the star and 1 degree away from it. So that's where, if you triangulate it, you get 3959. So that's where they got the radius from. They took the above ground 1 degree measurement, triangulated, and put it to the center of the Earth because it deviates the further you go out on a flat Earth. But refraction explains that equally as well, and the radius is pretty much assumed. But this equation matches the globe distances. So whatever projection you're going to use, it's 2-dimensional Cartesian coordinates. It's, I would argue that I should be able to use any projection, Google Earth or Mercator or whatever.
Yeah, but what you misunderstand is that MC Tune itself is not allowed to say you're wrong. Because
Correct.
he actually included that in his challenge, that there is actually an open judge system where you can also choose judges, but they have to have experience in navigation. And they have to have experience in navigation, basically. So if that's true, if you can actually commit to that one, then Brainy Beaver, not MC Tune, has to pay you.
Yes, correct. This is how you set up a proper challenge. You make the challenge, and then you're not in control of the money, and you're not the one who decides whether the challenge has been met or not. Flat Earthers, please take note. MC Toon is not the final arbiter over whether somebody has satisfied the challenge, and he doesn't hold the money. It's not down to him.
Again, though, I'm assuming there are stipulations involved in the challenge, and Brian, from the sounds of it, is not going to be happy because he can't meet those stipulations.
Correct.
But I'm not worried about it, man. If I was worried about it, I'd submitted. But anyway, It's 90 minus A, 90 minus A over 90 times D times point A. Okay, that's a refraction based. That's refraction based on difference. It's a ratio based on your distance. Okay, that matches Google Earth.
What kind of
And then
refraction is this, Brian?
The kind of bends up.
celestial refraction.
No, it's not.
I give
what does
examples
it-
of the
what does
videos
it
that I
do?
posted. I give examples.
What kind of effect does the refraction have? Is what I'm trying to ask you.
The further you go, the more refraction you get. It's like pretty much. It's
What kind of refraction?
It's not linear.
Right, so
It's not linear. It's not linear. It's progressive.
you said more refraction, but what's the refraction doing?
You're gonna have to go to my video and watch.
No, I don't. No,
First
if you
10 minutes
understand
of my
it, you can
video,
explain it.
it's
Let
demonstrating.
me give you a hint, Brian. Is it making things look like there's two of them instead of one? Is it making something jump sideways? Is it hiding it? You understand? What's the
So
effect?
it's making things in the distance look
It's
lower.
changing
Uh,
form.
Lower.
It's making things in the distance appear lower than they
Lower?
actually are.
Really?
Not higher. Lower.
But does it also change form or location or?
Wow.
Say what?
If it changes position, it also changes form.
I still didn't hear you, man.
If something refracts and it changes position, it also changes form.
It changes form.
Yes. Like in the black swan mirror image. Do you think that?
I just
do
want
you
to say
think-
something. 10 seconds. Big thank you to everybody watching. We got 60 plus people watching. That is excellent. I really appreciate when we hit that 60 people mark. A small channel, just over 1,000 subscribers. Magnificent. And I really appreciate Marcus Dresden for bribing me with $10. I mean, sorry. Should I say that? Marcus Dresden, thank you for the responsible trolling via PayPal transaction. You can time out balance truths of your time for that. Boom! Thank you. That's how we play over here.
Okay, like in the Black Swan image, because the platform look higher, it also looked like the straight boom of the crane looked so wobbly as possible as can. It looked like it was a rubber wobbly thing. And that's why what I said, if something refracts, it also changes form.
Okay, two things to respond. Okay, first off, so in the Black Swan, that tower that's bent downward, that's the closest thing to normal position in your model. The whole picture is refracted and it's higher than it should be, except that boom arm, which is lower and in the right position. Now, the second point is so in the globe model, when the sun is actually it's set 15 minutes previous, but we're still seeing it. But you're saying we're seeing it because of refraction. It's not really there, but it's still a round sun. Why didn't it change form? I'd like you to back up some of your claims, man, before you make so many.
It does change form, and you actually see the glare.
Yeah, we're seeing an actual sun, and my panel, I don't believe that it's refracting the way you say, because I can still get a suntan from it. I can still get power on my solar panels from that. You say refracted sun. I say that it's the sun actually there.
Brian, just out of interest, do you think that refracted light is different in some way to direct light that isn't refracted, if we're talking about the sun?
I think it varies a little bit, closer to the ground, terrestrial refraction is a little bit different
No, I mean, sorry. I mean, you said you can still get a suntan from it. Let me rephrase it. Why wouldn't I get a suntan through refracted light?
Well, they say the sun ain't really there, okay? But you know, during the selenium eclipse, where the sun and the moon are both on the horizon, okay? There's a direct line of sight, an imaginary line of sight between the two, just above my head, or at least eye level, okay? And then, if you want to say it's refracting, okay, just let's say I'll concede that for a second. Then when the shadow does come, it comes from the top down, okay? So if it's the ball getting in the way as the moon sets and the sun rises, okay, there's no possible way the shadow can come in from the top. Everything about it is wrong, okay? So I could test that.
I'll show you that in a second. It's really easy to understand. Flat Earth's complete lack of geometry and spatial awareness is the problem there, not the model. Now, wait a minute. I will do the model for you, but it's pointless doing it with words if you don't understand it. I have to show you. But do you believe this statement to be true? Refracted light from the sun gives me a suntan, as does non-refracted light equally. Can you say yes to that statement for me?
Well, if the sun's not really there, then yeah, you know, there's no way a shadow should come in from the top. What I want you to show me, instead of showing me a warped, drunken model, instead of doing that, just show me a light above my head, and then a shadow, catty corner, you know, across from that, and show me be underneath my feet being the blocking factor. Show me a shadow coming in from the top.
No, I'll show you it.
You're going to show me the sun coming in from the other side, but that doesn't explain the shadow.
No, I'm going to show you the sun and the moon where the shadows could be cast and both can be in view, because you're just missing the size, the distances, and the space and the spatial awareness. That's all you're missing. And then it works fine on the heliocentric model. Otherwise, a lot smarter people than you, I'm really sorry, they do exist, would have pointed this out a million times before today. But
I'm not claiming to be the smartest of anything, but your parallel sun rays are doomed, man. They're doomed. If the sun, if the sun is above the horizon,
Brian, your understanding is doomed. That's all it is. You are not the smartest person with light.
What's that got to? That's a fallacy, man. What's that got to do with what we're debating right now? Me not being the smartest. When have I claimed to be the smartest?
Can I just say the selenium thing was a red herring to the original question?
Yeah, but it had to do with the sun refracting and not just the light. You know, he mentioned the suntan.
Wasn't asking
the volt, right?
For another example of light refraction.
It also has to do with the shadow, man.
Do you think there's a difference between refracted light and direct light? That was the question.
So what I did is brought up a refracted shadow, a backwards refracted shadow to back up,
which has nothing to do with the question.
So a refracted sunlight. That's a perfect example of a breakdown in model.
You're giving another example where refraction takes place. You're not answering the question, which was, is refracted light different from light that comes to you directly instead of being refracted?
If the sun is refracting the way you say it is, everything else is going to refract too. If the sun is...
we're not asking you if it refracts. We're asking you if there's something different about the light because it refracts.
Let me go to the observation itself. But it's not really there. It's really lower, and everything, the light's refracting upward. Then everything else in front of me would be refracting upward, making it still not visible. How is just the sun light refracting, and everything that the sunlight's reflecting off of in front of me now also refracting? Everything about it breaks down, bro. There's too many problems.
You keep wandering off into something that isn't the question. You're not answering what you're asking.
Yeah, no, Brian, let's just go back. Let me ask you it in another way. Yeah. So refraction is the bending of light. Whether it changes its intensity or not, in terms of the type of refraction we're on about, is absolutely minuscule. So it doesn't change intensity. So my question is this. If I get a lens that refracts light and bends it slightly, and it is a laser, that laser would blind you in the eye. Since it's now going through a lens and being refracted, would you still look at the laser, or is it safe to look at it now it's been refracted?
You're right on that, but since you're bringing up laser, I give 5.
Sorry, Brian, you're roboting.
Brian.
You're back to roboting a lot.
Coming
Yeah.
from...
Let me do this quick shout out. I'm sorry, I interrupted legit. I interrupted to tell you that you're roboting. I wanted to hear the full point, but I want to thank Marcus Dresden, because he actually now sent me another $10 PayPal, and this time is for official channel support. Thank you very much, Marcus Dresden, man. I appreciate it. So the first $10 was indeed just bribery. I appreciate it, brother. Thank you very much for the support.
I have to say, Jose, that was actually from Paul via Marcus, so I now have to say that your beard is really crap.
I don't even have a beard, man. Do you even see me?
See what I mean? It's so crap you don't
Why
have
wasn't I
one.
sharing the screen for the longest? I know. Yeah. It's nice. Looking clean now. Look at that. Looking clean.
Looking like a swimmer or a cyclist.
Hails to the yeah. I don't know why I lost the screen share somehow. Was I sharing the screen for the longest time? It just dropped. Okay. I was sharing a meme that say we're all doomed. And say that we're doomed. The sun. Or something like that. Shout out to Tiny Captain for a €2 super chat. Try to listen to Brian. Please, just listen. You learn. Shout out to Tiny Captain. Thank you very much. Very nice.
I think that was trying
Did
to
I say
listen.
two?
I think you've got the intents on that slightly wrong. Try to listen, Brian. Please, just listen. You will
Yes,
learn.
that was it.
I thought 2, yeah, I added a 2. What it was this? Yeah, I changed the whole context with an extra 2. Try to listen, Brian. Please, just listen. You learn. Thank you. Thank you very much for correcting me. That was so wrong. I was thinking like
assassination on you.
I was thinking that Tiny Captain was slipping away from us.
No.
I'm still upset that Tiny Captain didn't get my Dutch joke from earlier, but no.
Yeah.
I got it.
Thank you.
Let's go again. Very nice. Shout out to Borat.
I was just didn't respond to the Dutch joke.
Goed zo.
Ooh, that was a almost perfect G.
Dankjewel.
That was perfect, actually. Goed zo.
If I mispronounce anything, it's because I learned my Dutch in Limburg rather than Northern Dutch.
All right. I heard that MC Toon updated his challenge, or he kind of just restated the challenge in a slightly different way. Did that happen?
Yeah, he updated this because Nathan
There's some
Oakley
misunderstandings.
Nathan Oakley demanded that he was allowed to use the celestial globe.
Really? I've got
The globe.
Yeah,
So
that was the funny part.
No, you're talking about the. Hold on a second. Hold on.
Yeah, the celestial sphere, and that's a globe. That's a sphere. It's a ball around the Earth projected, where we actually project the.
Yeah, it's just a
stars.
projection, man. Don't flatter yourself, man. It's a projection.
Okay.
Can everybody repeat after me? projection.
Oh, sorry.
2-dimensional. It's projected. Okay.
No.
Because the Earth is spherical, and that's how we draw it out.
Well, you got to show me the ground curving, okay? Because when I'm surveying, like laying out curves for my crew and shit, okay, what I do is I go about 100 feet at a time with my auto level, okay? And if I get a positive 1-inch reading, if I get 4 foot, then 100 foot later I get 4 foot 1, then 100 foot later I get 4 foot 2. That means every 100 foot the ground is sloping. Okay, sloping. We call that slope. If it's coming up, then it's rise. Okay, and we do like rise over run to for drainage and depending on what we're doing. But so that's what we shoot. Okay, if we keep reading 4 foot, 4 foot, 4 foot, 4 foot, that means it's horizontal. Okay, so the way we do our drainage is based on higher or lower than horizontal. Okay, but if we keep going, water level, it'll be level if we keep reading that 4 foot. Okay, so
what's that got
where's
to do
the curve at? Where's the curve at? You can add curvature corrections to my surveys like they did. They took all the state planar surveys and added curvature, and they called them curvature corrections. Okay, but they're not empirical. Okay.
Brian,
That's not for elevation. Okay, that's not for elevation. That's for latitude lines, longitude lines. Elevations is hard to get places like mountains and shit like that. But most of the surveys are local planar surveys. Go ahead.
You mind if I ask a quick question of Brian?
Go for it, yeah, please.
Great, Brian.
Let's try to the other people. Let's try to keep it one-on-one for a few minutes, Bob and Brian. That could be interesting.
Oh no, it's not going to be a one-on-one. No.
For a few minutes, back and
Brian.
forth. To you
All
get
right.
your question fully out. Yeah.
So Brian, you say that you can use an auto level out to what, 100 meters or 100 feet?
I like to go about 75 to 100 feet personally.
Great. Why can't you go 500?
You can't see I like to be very accurate, and you can't even read maybe 1/4 inch.
All right. Well,
that distance. Plus refraction starts taking over. I could demonstrate this.
At 2,500 feet, you can very clearly see a 1/2 inch piece of tape, can't you?
You could get it within the inch, man. Probably. But the further you go, the smaller it's going to get. But check it out, Bob. I could show you 100 examples of refraction when you start getting to about 500 feet and more.
Okay, at 2,500 feet, you can easily see a 1/2 inch piece of tape, though. Why isn't it at your crosshairs? Well, I mean, why can't you
read 1/2 inch on it? You're not going to be able to read a tape measure from 2,500 feet, bro.
Why can't you use it 2,500 feet? Why can't you use an auto level 2,500 feet? Why is there a limitation to the distance?
You're not going to read it. You're not going to be able to read your story pole or a tape measure.
Can I read a story pole at 120 feet?
Yeah.
How about 200?
If you listen, the more accurate you want to get, the closer you're going to get. Would you agree with that?
How about 200 feet? Can you read a story pole at 200 feet and get a good reading out of it?
Personally, Bob, I use a tape measure because it's more accurate. It's got more. And,
what's the longest distance?
That way, my error. That way, if I am off, if I'm.
What's the longest distance you've ever personally measured with an actual?
I mean, I've shot out. I mean, as far as just looking through the auto level, Bob, I've said.
Oh, there he goes.
And that he showed the same thing on his lake where the ice was higher than his crosshairs. So you start getting refraction when you start going further. So I'm gonna always make that argument, Bob. But besides that, when I'm doing job,
He really needs to stay right next to his router if he wants to be part of the conversation. Don't you think, Jose?
Was I roboting again, dude?
Yeah, you started roboting again for the past
No, what I was,
few minutes.
I'll try and make it quick. I am actually standing next to the router, but when I'm doing jobs, to be honest, man, the closer you get, the more accurate, the better you could read it. But I've looked out over the ocean, just not trying to measure, just looking and lined it up, and so a couple times the horizon was higher than my crosshairs, and George can attest to that because he showed where his horizon, his ice was higher than his crosshairs. And Sly Sparkane and Jesse Kozlowski went out to Salt Lake, and the water, the Salt Lake, I think he said he was up about 6 meters, and the Salt Lake was blocking the mountain. It was higher than his crosshair. The water was on an auto level that Jesse set up, and he stated all that here in Jose's, and I put it in a video just to show you that the further you go, the more refraction you're going to get. You can attribute it to Earth curve, but I'm going to always argue that you're going to be less accurate the further you go due to refraction and lack of being able to read small measurement.
I want to give a big shout out and a big thank you to Julio Pabon. Julio Pabon with a big $10 super chat. Glad I found your new channel, Jose. Subscribed. And we live on a flat, stationary Earth, says Julio Pabon. Welcome back to the show, brother. Good to see you. Thank you very much. Shout out to all my people in Puerto Rico. Boom.
So basically, you can't tell me why there's a difference between 100 feet and 200 feet with an auto level.
There's not going to be much of a difference between 100
Okay,
feet
so
and 200.
why can you only use it to 100 feet?
Because you're just going to be able to read it. You're going to be able to line up them crosshairs with your tape measure or your story pole a lot better.
What's the longest distance? What's the longest distance you've ever measured with a tape measure?
About 150 feet.
Okay. How would you measure the size of a lake?
Lake is level, so you don't
How
have
would you
to
measure the
Listen,
size
Bob,
of a lake?
you would check your instrument based on that lake. You would see if your instrument is working properly by using the water in that lake. That's how we, sometimes check our devices and our instruments. We check them to make sure they line up with water, because water is level. There's no
Water
getting
is
around it.
indeed level. Water is indeed level. It's just simply not horizontal. The auto level is horizontal, is it not?
Yeah, well, you say that, but anytime you say that, I seen your shot over a lake. That's a joke. I mean, remember Ranties when that guy did a shot over a lake and showed that the crosshairs were above the reedies, saying it must be a globe. But I told him, I was like, the dude's an idiot, because it's a cross. That means that it's slow. I mean, it was underneath. His crosshairs were underneath his target, which was 5 foot. He was 5 foot. His target was 5 foot, and his crosshairs were underneath it. It was like a mile or half
Refraction
a mile.
can do
They were
that
like
sometimes.
4 inches under. But look, he's trying to say, look, it's a globe. But since
Refraction can do that sometimes.
I use the instrument every couple days, every week. I pointed out that he's proven a concave Earth. If the crosshairs are underneath, that means that it's higher.
Refraction can do that too. Yes, it's very rare.
When
But
I looked
refraction
out,
can do it too.
when
All right,
George looked out and the ice was higher than the.
Here's my question then, Brian. Can you have a right angle to a curve?
Sure.
Good. What's the formula for the circumference of a circle?
It's pi r squared. Wait, the circumference? Hold on, it's hold on a second, man. That's
Take the
too
derivative.
simple.
Take the derivative of
Hold
that.
on, that's too simple, man. It's basically your diameter times pi.
Very good. Great. What are 3 different ways that globe Earth
Dude, I'm not
proponents
taking a math test, bro.
claim
Bro,
to be able to measure the
all due
radius of the
respect,
Earth?
I'm taking a math test, man.
What are 3 different ways that globe proponents claim they can measure the radius of the Earth?
Alberuni, reciprocal zenith angles, freaking, and your freaking sun.
And my son. What does Kyle have to do with this?
Let me butt in though, man. Let me butt in real quick. There's a problem with that because if I see a sunset, the Burj Khalifa or whatever,
You gone, Brad?
Am I roboting today?
Yeah, that whole thing, the whole past 30 seconds, we didn't hear nothing.
So how do reciprocal angles prove or calculate the radius of the Earth?
I was bullshitting with that. I don't agree with that one bit.
Okay, so you've named 2, Eratosthenes, which is the sun thing, and Alberuni. What's the third way that globe Earth proponents claim they can measure the radius of the Earth?
Seeing the sunset multiple times.
That measures the radius of the Earth and gives us
I don't
a
know.
value?
I don't know, man. I don't agree with none of them, dude. Have you looked at the Alberuni measurements? What you call them? God, what's his name? Main surveyor did Alberuni. Did you see it? Okay, he's off by. It's a joke, man. Look at his numbers. If you're gonna use them numbers, okay, with modern day equipment, way better than Alberuni's, and he's off by 20% before refraction. It's insane, man.
Well, refraction's
You're using refraction as a get out of jail free error bar.
Looking at Alberuni's original.
That's how your conversation started, Brian.
Yeah, looking at Alberuni's original calculations, there were 2 parts to it. The first part is finding the height of the mountain, and the second part is measuring the dip angle from the top of the mountain to the horizon. Do you agree with that?
How about I'm gonna post his numbers?
I don't care if you're opposed to him or not. Do you agree that that's the way that he did it? He measured the height of the mountain, and then he used that height and the dip angle from the top of the mountain to the horizon to calculate the radius of the Earth. Do you agree that that's how he claimed to do it?
I can agree with it. I can agree with that. He probably calculated the height of the mountain also, though. He probably, instead of measuring it, he probably just calculated that too.
He calculated the height of the mountain, yes. Now, the height of the mountain involved using 2 points and calculating and measuring the angle to the top of the mountain.
He got a distance. He got a distance to the mountain and then got the angle.
He got a distance between the points.
I'm not taking math quizzes, man.
Okay. But he got a distance between the points and he measured the angle to the height of the mountain and then did some trig on it to find or measure the angle to the top of the mountain. Then he did some trig on it to find the height of the mountain. If he did not include refraction in that, how much would his height of the mountain be off? And how much would that change the radius of the Earth if he did not include refraction?
That's a good question, man. If you're talking about,
fortunately, I answered.
Well, the main surveyors was off by like 25-30%, and it was still
fortunately, I answered it. The difference in the height of the mountain, assuming the measurement is from 3 miles away, and the height of the mountain was measured at 1,000 feet. If he did not include refraction, the height of the mountain would have actually been 1,008 feet. And using that incorrect measurement, claiming it's 1,000 instead of 1,008 feet, will change the radius of the Earth by 30 kilometers. Does that mean it's no longer a sphere?
Well,
if the measurement of the radius of the Earth was 30 miles off, does that mean the Earth is no longer a sphere?
And look, as far as your numbers go, man, you got a beautiful model, man. Except for when you go out and test it. When you look at the main surveyor's numbers, like I said, if you want me to post them, I'm sure you've already seen them.
Of course,
they were way off before. You're talking when you apply 7/6R, Okay, that's
What is
way more
7
than
over
30.
6R? What does that
It's-
mean?
It's terrestrial refraction. When you apply that,
Okay. All right. So
it
now hang
means
on a second, Brian.
6/6 would be the regular
Brian,
sphere.
hang on just a second.
7/6
Why?
means it's just basically a bigger. You asked me a
What
question.
does the 7 over 6R mean?
I'll
What does
answer
that
it.
mean?
Okay, it means
All right.
1/6. It means that's the percentage that the freaking Earth is basically bigger. Basically, so 6/6 would be 1. Would be the sphere itself. 7/6 is basically enlarging the sphere. Okay.
Okay. Very good.
By
Very good.
1/6%. But look, I'm not here to take a math quiz, dude. You're telling me and
You
asking me all
just
these
did, though.
questions, but you're not listening to what I'm saying. Did you see
No, I'm
the
saying
main
you're
survey?
correct.
Did
You're
you see
correct.
the
It
main
means
survey?
that- Yes, I did. I've worked with the main surveyor. So I'm saying that you are correct. It means that the way that we calculate refraction is we look at the Earth as having a slightly larger radius than it actually does, 7 over 6R. However, could we do that could we calculate the radius in miles without using the radius of the Earth? Could we calculate that radius of the curve in miles?
Hold on. Did Alberini use 7/6R?
No, he didn't.
Well, if he did his test at the same place the main surveyor did, he'd come up with the radius more like that of
Okay,
Jupiter.
so your argument is that the Earth's radius is 20% larger than it actually is, or it measures out 20% larger than it actually is. That still makes it a
was more
sphere,
like
right?
Well, it's. I'm arguing that we don't.
Brian, please get your equipment squared away.
Sorry, man.
Boom. Thank you for all the audience, everybody watching on YouTube land. We got about 60 people watching. Been fun, entertaining. This is the whole idea. Having a place over here where we can come in and hang out and talk to each other and have a little bit of fun and learn in the process. It's been excellent. Thank you, everybody, for your support on PayPal and Super Chat. There's a little bit of a range thing going on the chat box, so I will be switching ranges around. Don't worry, it's nothing personal. We haven't changed anything. I'm just gonna be keeping myself entertained on switching ranges around. And if anybody really get emotional about a range, that means that you don't belong here, So play nice. If you have a range or not, it doesn't matter. It's the same thing. If you're able to troll responsibly in the YouTube chat box, it's okay. Everybody matters the same. So, and thank you very much, everybody over here in the panel for being here. We got Stingray sharing the screen and about to share that to the audience, if that's okay, Stingray. And let's carry on. Get a bunch of people here in Discord. If anybody else want to join, the link is in the description box. Boom! Hit the like, everybody. All right, let me count to 3. And when I hit the 3, everybody's going to go ahead and hit the thumbs up 3 times. 1, 2, 3. Hit it once. Hit it twice. 3 times. Everybody hit the thumbs up. Stingray, you're up.
Yes, I don't know whether Brian can see this, but the amount of refraction required for this to happen isn't a terrible amount, and you can see this with the little diagram that I've got. So I've got an observer on the top of a sphere, looking at a moon that is shadowed, where the light part is underneath. I believe this is what he was asking for. Where the sun is way off in that distance, and we can see the observer at the top. Now, I've raised the observer up because I've not included refraction in this, but like Bob was trying to explain, you can't just say refraction. You need to quantify it, as in what difference will it make numerically, like positive, negative, with a tolerance of. It's really simple. So this without refraction, I'm going to say this dude is 10,000 feet up. That's all I'm going to do. But you can literally see the angle requirements here. So if I change this observer now to look at the sun, it's not a huge change. It is not a huge change, Brian. It's a minuscule angle change, and yes, this planet here is responsible for this shadow on the moon. And I think this is what you just don't understand. Get one of your guys to just learn basics of 3D, and then just pass that knowledge around, because this is
not showing reality, bro. Reality puts me, okay, a quarter of your ball away from, basically away from the sun. Okay, remember now, you're trying to put it halfway. Okay, a quarter of the way. For sunrise, hold on. For sunrise, it's a quarter of your ball one direction. For sunset, it's a quarter of your ball the other direction. So you've got to line it up with the sun setting for the top of the ball, and the moon also. And when the sun is on the horizon, it's 1 degree. Okay.
Yeah.
So as far as parallel sun rays go, sun rays, you can't have that shadow come from the top down, or you don't have parallel sun rays.
Yeah. So really quickly, Brian, what I'm showing you right now is a sunset and the shadow exactly as I think you described it. I'm showing you the camera, and I'm using a parallel light source. Everything here is as you say, and it just works. Your lack of understanding and spatial awareness is not a problem that you can attribute to me or this model. It works.
Yeah, that's why NASA called it the impossible eclipse, because geometry doesn't solve it. You need explanations.
Oh yeah, no,
it doesn't work out geometrically.
Like I said, there is a fractional difference here on a perfect sphere when you are absolutely on the surface at sea level. There is a fraction difference. But if you look, and I'll change the camera once again, if you look at that fraction difference, it's not great. It's a fraction of a degree that we need the atmosphere to bend that light. That's it. And
so
yes,
do this in your little model, Stingray. Put a little space shuttle.
Oh.
And
I don't know what you're saying. Say that again, Brian.
I hope you could hear me, man. But I'm saying
I can now. I couldn't then. Say that. Start again, Brian.
Yeah, put a space shuttle halfway between the moon, which is above the horizon, okay, and the observer, okay. Put a space shuttle there, okay. So he's going to be traveling at a slightly upward angle toward the moon. So he's going to be halfway. So he's going to be even higher, okay. Even if it's only a couple degrees at 240,000 miles. He's going to be a significant amount higher. So now he's looking back at the sun. Okay. Now he's looking at the Earth way down below. Okay. And then he's looking, and then he turns around and looks at the moon. Okay. So now he's seeing the shadow of the Earth coming in. Okay. So he's way up above the Earth, and he's looking at the shadow come in from the moon before it even shadows him. So the Earth is blocking the light. So he's looking at the sun easily because he's way above the Earth, you know.
Yeah. Stingray, can I make a request?
And the shadow blocks the moon before it even blocks him, and he's looking at them both. Now you can say whatever you want, but that doesn't line up with reality.
Yeah. So
Stingray, may I make a request?
Yeah, go for it.
All right. Go ahead and do that to scale for Brian and see if you can get that a little easier. So let's go ahead and make the Earth. And make the Earth 3.6 times as large as the moon. And put the moon out. And put the moon out 30 Earth diameters away from the Earth. And then take that tiny little moon and put it just above the midpoint, the midline, and put it just below the midline. And then see if Brian can understand why the shadow can come in from the top.
Before you answer that, and while you got that on screen and we are watching, I just want to read 2 quick super chat comments. I really appreciate that's Lael for $10. Thank you very much, Lael. Big super chat. Come on, Bob. Brian is more expert than scientists of the past. We need to learn from him. That's Lael for $10. And John Watson, 45 pounds. John Watson just bought the Stingray's wrench. John Watson, you got a wrench back because you took Stingray's wrench. Thank you very much, John Watson. And Leo.
I see their argument. I understand what he's saying. I see what he's, I've seen it before. Okay, that's why I'm trying to get him to reality. I'm trying to get him out off the computer and into reality. So what I want him to do is draw a man on the moon, on the basically the bottom of the moon. Now remember that represents the part of the moon that's farther away. Okay, and draw a line of sight between the moon and the sun, and it's going to be above the observer on the Earth. It's going to be above him. That line of sight from the moon to the Earth, that guy's standing on top of the globe. Okay, there's no other way to show it. He's standing on top of the globe, and the sun is above his head. Okay, so now you've got a guy at the bottom of the moon, which is I ain't even gonna say further away, but it's the bottom of the moon, and all of a sudden the Earth's shadow is coming in from the top. So that means if he's closer to the Earth than the top of the moon, but yet the top of the moon gets shadowed first. It doesn't line up. I see how you're wrapping it and using refraction to make it work. I just don't agree with that line up.
Something here, if it's okay, Dean.
Yeah.
One of the issues I've got with this is that selenium eclipses are not being observed from the North Pole. The flat earthers think that way about the top of the Earth because of, for reasons, but the reality is that your latitude is more to do with the direction of the shadow. It's not literally you're up the top of the globe and the shadow is coming from the top. It's really going sideways at an angle, but because of your latitude on the globe, it appears upright to you.
Yeah. No, I get that, Al. It was just easier to do it so that in this diagrammatical form rather than looking down.
Yeah, but obviously then the orbital motion comes into play, and it kind of answers the questions that Brian's trying to ask because he thinks it's at the top. You know what I mean?
I don't even know. I can't even decipher what he's trying to ask. So, okay.
Well,
I'm just going off parallel sun rays, man. I'm just going off parallel sun rays.
What I think the confusion is sort of that, when you're looking from the top like that, you're getting a completely different direction of motion, so the shadow's going to go a different way. And I think Brian's thinking literally vertically up and down. And if you're above that point, you're not going to see the same effect. But if you understand that it's happening because it's moving round into their shadow, it's a bit different. But I'm not saying you're going to be successful in explaining that. I just think it's kind of a key point.
I understand that. I understand that explanation too, bro. But look, the sun and the moon are at perihelion during a lunar eclipse, correct?
Yeah, but the orbit is not in the same flat.
They're directly during the lunar eclipse. They're directly across from each other. Now, if I'm on top, if I'm observing this, the rest of the Earth is underneath me. Is the rest of the Earth not underneath me during the lunar eclipse if I'm observing it at perihelion?
Perihelion that's not a requirement for an eclipse. Perihelion is in January and December, okay? It has nothing to do with whether or not there's an eclipse.
Okay, so they're not directly lined up.
Oh, they are directly lined up. It's just you said perihelion, which indicates when the Earth is the closest to the sun. That doesn't have anything to do with the fact that they line up during an eclipse. It's not required that it also be perihelion, because then an eclipse would only happen in January and December.
So I'm under the impression that perihelion was when the moon was opposite the sun.
Okay, that's a bad definition of the vocabulary. Okay, let it be known. Perihelion occurs in January when the Earth is closest to the sun in its elliptical orbit, as opposed to aphelion, which occurs in July or June when the Earth is farthest from the sun. Now, getting a lunar eclipse because of the ascending or descending node is in line with the Earth-Sun line. That's a different thing. It's not dependent on perihelion or aphelion.
Thanks, Larry, because I couldn't understand what Brian was on about, and now I actually understand his misunderstanding.
That was fun. I was just listening in the background, relaxed and chill. Shout out to MC2. MC2 might be listening. MC2 might be listening, and he got an idea that Brian is interested in doing his challenge. There you go. You got a message for MC2 and Brian Leakey. Just make it loud and clear, man.
Yeah, I think MC and Leakey could do like an hour-long one-on-one, like you did with Pete the other day. That'd be good.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it. MC2's all right, man. He just a little, you know. Sometimes he's I don't know. He's all right. I'm not gonna bash him, but look, this ratio, this refraction ratio, equals globe distances, down to about 65, 70 degrees toward the horizon. So I don't even have to do the measurements. Just look at the equation and apply it.
The refraction. Well, the refraction ratio equals the Earth-Sun distance.
Yeah. That's what you do. Okay, is you take an angle. Okay, let me try and explain this one more time when I'm not roboting. Hopefully, you take the angle, the angle wherever you're at. Let's say you're 45 degrees, and let's use Polaris for ease of explanation. Okay. You measure 45 degrees. You triangulate that with a flat baseline with Polaris at a height of 3959. Okay.
Boom.
3959, and whatever distance you get, okay, that's your D. So your angle. So then you apply this 90 minus A, or just say A over 10 divided by A plus 90 times D times A. That's the ratio of refraction that you apply to that distance. You subtract that from the distance, and that's your true distance, and it matches the globe pretty damn good. It matches the globe distances. So I don't even have to do all the triangulation and all that shit, and because the distances are the same.
I got a comment.
Refraction equation.
I got a comment. I got to read. Wait, hold on, Larry. Let me read a quick comment over here. By Anamorphic Mind, he actually gave me a big fiver and super chat to give his range to John Watson. But Anamorphic Mind, you guys are good. John Watson actually got his range back. Thank you. Because John Watson, remember, he gave me £5 to buy the Stingray's range. So John Watson got Stingray's range, and you and Amorphic Mind, you're safe, brother. Big shout out to MC2. MC2 is listening actually in YouTube chat box. Boom.
Yeah, maybe I'll go Tuesday. If MC2 wants to have me Tuesday, I'll join and discuss it with him. He's better at math anyway. He can do this shit a lot quicker.
Brian, do we have any pictures of the moon and the sun, the sky at the same time, actually?
I've posted this video just about every time we've had this discussion. The first one I come to, but it's documented in the Royal Academy, whatever.
Well, I haven't seen one yet, so.
You want me to? So every time I post it, you've never bothered to go and look at it?
Well, every video I watched, there was a moon and the sun was about to rise. I didn't see the moon and the sun at the same time in the sky.
Okay.
Let's try.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just a quick invitation. MC2, you got maybe 5 minutes and you want to jump in the server, come over and talk to Brian for just a few minutes. Maybe you guys can plan something out, or maybe sort it all out here. Because if Brian, he give you a quick overview on what he's got going on, and you're giving a little push, so you can help him to complete the challenge, and instead of doing, just giving, if you do it now, when he goes prepared with any detail he might be missing, and yeah, I like that to happen. Oh, you guys go ahead. He might not join, but
my main thing, I just put out a video, about a 5-minute video on my channel. It's the first one I did in a while about the parallel sun rays. Ever since Corey Kell brought up that one challenge with the sun angles, it opened up my mind to parallel sun rays, and I've found to me a lot of problems for the globe. Not saying that they can't be explained, but some of them have yet to be adequately explained, in my opinion. With the parallel sun rays, man. I know that, like, for Umbra and all that, I've looked at the slight angle difference, but it ain't quite parallel, and that's how the Umbra, but that ain't enough to affect the problems that I present. I just presented the one that we've been talking about on this channel with the fact that Google Earth, and when you're arguing the sun coming in from the south in Australia, mainly because east converges at the equator. So I went to Google Earth and I did the measurements, and at 29 degrees north and 29 degrees south, due east is converges at between 6,150 and 6,200 miles at the beginning of the coast of Africa from 81st longitude.
You could have easily done that with
that's
one
about
quarter
of the way around the
circumference.
globe.
It should always be 1/4.
So I drew the straight line, and I showed the dead reckoning line of sight. I showed also at the beginning of the video and the end where I went during equinox and pulled string lines, and showed that the sun split my string line. So it, in fact, did rise 90 degrees east on the equinox, and but at the equator it comes straight overhead and then sets 270. So every east at that time, like I've said, if you go to Google Earth, dead reckoning line of sight converges 6,200 miles away from somebody at 29 degrees above and below the equator. So that kills parallel sun rays, in my opinion. You can't have both arguments.
This convergence thing it's just bizarre.
But besides that, one more, since we're talking about it, when Bob showed the upward shadow on the clouds, with the sun above, it all started with the argument of being able to see a sunrise by sitting down and standing up. But if the sun set and you stand up and then see it set again, or if you go up a big building, you'd have to go up 3,660 feet to see a 1 degree difference in the sun. Yet you can lay down on the beach and watch it set and stand up and see some of the sun again. That's impossible if the sun's rays are parallel. And with the upward shadow on the one, you want me to wait or tell you my last one?
I want to ask you something. Do you know what dead reckoning means, or do you just like the word?
Dead reckoning, I'm just using dead reckoning because it's basically throws away the compass. You pick your direction and you maintain it, period, to the best of your ability.
No.
Okay, then I'm using the wrong word, but I think everybody understands what I mean when I say line of sight. I've even used the explanation of laser beams coming out of our eyes. And if we're seeing parallel, okay, if the sun rays are parallel and we had laser beams coming out of our eyes, me at 29 north and you at 29 south, looking at the sun due east, our laser beams should, if we're 2,000 miles apart, our laser beams hitting the sun should also be 2,000 miles apart. And the guy, let's say Jose's, his laser beam eyes are at the equator. His should be dead in between us. We should all be seeing parallel. But if you draw that east in Google Earth, they converge 6,200 miles away.
Yeah,
with Jose.
Brian, I showed you this last time. It works perfectly.
Yeah, I know, but you kept switching the argument.
No,
they're not conversing.
So it works perfectly on a globe. It wouldn't that actually it absolutely does. I promise you. Every single person here knows it does. The only person that couldn't understand it or that doesn't understand it is flat earthers. I'll bring it up again and show you. It
you don't understand what you're showing me is one piece of the argument, and then you're satisfying one piece of the argument, and then when I bring it up again, you satisfy the other equation of the argument. Okay, what I want you to do is check out my video and look at the lines, okay, facing due east. Look at how I pulled my string line at sunrise. Okay, now imagine somebody at 29 south doing the same thing, and imagine that string line pointing towards the equator, 6,200 miles away. There is no getting around it because on your globe model, that's where that string line is pointing to, and that's where the sun is.
The sun is not literally on the surface of the Earth. But this was explained to you before. Where this issue comes up is that the lines of sight, the person at south of the equator and the person on the equator, are converging at the sun, which is over the equator. That doesn't mean that the lines of sight are converging on the equator.
But no, if you continued on, hold on. If you continued on with them lines of sight, they crisscross at 6,200 miles, and then they start diverging. They converge.
Brian, you didn't even listen to what I said. You didn't hear what I said. You don't actually cross. They cross at the sun. The sun is over the equator.
You're breaking up, or it's me.
Well, that might have been when I got the phone call. But
I'm
the
talking about sunrise, bro. Sunrise.
At the sun.
I'm talking about the sun.
And they don't actually cross at the equator. Where they hang, the thing that they cross at is over the equator. The lines of sight themselves do not cross at the equator.
What I'm talking about is one specific time, and that is sunrise on the equinox. So the sun is just peeking its head up over the horizon, okay? And I'm drawing a line on Google Earth to that sun, to the direction that I'm looking. I showed on the beach, I showed the sun coming up, splitting my string line in half, okay? Then I showed on your globe model what direction that is. Okay, that is pointing towards Africa. That's where the sun, that's where our lines of sight would be converging at 6,200 miles.
No.
Somebody.
No, not our line.
Look at the video or go to Google Earth and do it yourself.
Yeah, we know.
Can I correct you? I'll try this one last time, and I'll use different words this time, Brian.
Just don't use any other time
that you're using. Strings that you're using are not your lines of sight. Those strings, once again, are not your lines of sight. You're looking at the sun, which is over the equator.
Yeah, and the lines you drew were on a projection. And
listen, let me tell you one more time.
Globe without changing the form of the line.
Let me tell him real quick, okay? In real life, okay? I'm not talking about on a computer. In real life, I took a compass and a couple of string lines, and I set them at the beach, okay? I've recorded this, okay? It come up due east, 90 degrees of north, okay? I went to Google Earth to see where that was pointing, okay? That direction I'm looking on your globe is pointing toward the equator, converging 6,200 miles away. I don't care about this computer model bullshit. I'm talking about in real life. And then go into your model and see which way that line of sight is pointing, because that's where the sun is.
And you're right.
I'm also talking about real life, and what I'm talking about is the line of sight is pointing at the sun, not at the equator. You're using the surface line as though that's the line of sight, which I'm telling you, the surface line is not the line of sight.
But we're looking up. The surface line is the direction
So
Right,
Brian,
you use for plane routes and all this other
The
shit.
sun is not on the equator.
Brian, I'm sharing.
I didn't say it was on the equator. Okay.
Okay, so then the lines don't cross at the equator when everybody's looking in that direction.
Okay, well, argue with Google Earth or a Australian sunrise coming in from the south. That you're
I
fucking
don't disagree with Google Earth. I disagree with you.
I got you.
No,
Europe.
you have to learn.
You're in
you have to
Australia
learn 3D.
below the equator. Your fucking line of sight east converges at the equator, making the sun rise. Come in. That's your
It's a
only
surface line,
argument
Brian.
of why the sun comes in from the south for your
Brian.
Australian sunrise. But you want to have your cake and eat it too.
No,
Brian, you're trying to do
screen again.
observation in a 2D chart, and that doesn't work.
Brian, it's on my screen again. This is the last time a child could understand this. I promise you. I've got 4 observers. We are on the equinox. We are on the intersection line. We are watching a sun rise. We are opposite to the parallel shadow of the Earth, looking at a very distant sun. In 3D space, our actual lines of sight are in fact parallel and equidistant to the point they get to the sun. However, in relation to the ground and the up vector on a sphere, it is exactly predicted that the following observers, this one, and this one, would actually have intersection on the equator because they are stood upwards on a sphere. Even though
You're literally showing a converging shadow.
Nearly done. Even though their directions are due east at this point, if we follow along the Earth's surface, these 3 observers, their direction, if it is just a singular vector, diverges from east the second they leave. This is it.
Bro,
This is
90
the
degrees
picture of our
from
model.
90 degree anywhere 90 degrees from the pole is
Sorry,
a great
say again?
circle. Yeah, Blue told you that the other day. It's a great 90 degrees from anywhere you're at, above or below the equator, 90 degrees from whatever pole, okay, is a great circle, which in your model is a straight line. That's why I use the word dead reckon. If you just look at my video, I'm gonna post it real quick. And just look
Dead
at
reckoning
it's
is
short
a
video,
guest
and
position.
it'll show you me standing on that beach and what direction I'm looking. You could try and curve me. You can try and curve that geodetic straight line great circle, but you're gonna have to stick with that in every argument, not just this argument.
Brian, just let me ask the panel. I'm showing something now that has observers, although albeit this one is not actually on the equator. Give me 2 seconds. So this one is now in a second at the equator. So that one's I've got 1 at the equator, 3 above the equator. They are all looking east. Now the problem, Brian, and this is entirely predictable, and I might add, only predictable on a sphere the size of what they say it is, that the 3 here will actually converge with the equator, the 3 above, if you follow that single direction across the land. But in 3D space, stood on a sphere, at the edge of the sphere, all of these lines are parallel all the way to the very, very distant sun. There is not a problem here for small children. It's just
okay, since you're going to insult me and compare my intellect to a small child, I challenge you to map that out on Google Earth, okay, using longitude and latitude lines, okay? Because if I'm standing on the equator, okay, if I'm standing on the equator and I'm looking dead due 90 degrees, it rises 90 degrees that day, that morning, that day, okay, it rises 90 degrees for everybody. Now, if it's parallel, then you should move that equator up the globe and down the globe, okay? Now, we know all the latitude lines are parallel with the equator, but our lines of sight and our dead reckoning lines are not. 90 degrees from on your model is not, okay? So just go to Google Maps, go to Google Earth, go to Google Earth, and draw me a straight line toward the sun and watch
Brian,
it.
I get what you're saying.
Before you even leave the planet.
Brian, I get what you're saying, but due to the shape of the Earth, if you're on about direction on the surface, yes, great, let's use lat long. If you're on about direction in 3D space because we're a sphere in a solar system, that no longer works. Do you agree with the following statement, yes or no? Above the equator on the equinox, a single direction looking east on our model, the globe, diverges away from east when you follow it, if you didn't use a compass. So if you use, what do you call it?
Say that again, Stingray.
Sorry?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
Right, so this observer here, do you agree that because they are above the equator and lat long lines are actually wrapped around a globe equidistant from the equator, do you agree with the statement that because we're tilted, because we're not on the equator and we're looking at the sun, that this observer, if we followed a single unit direction from the point that they are stood, that after a few miles, actually after any distance, but after a few miles, the direction that you are traveling across the globe is no longer east? Can you agree to that point? So quite simply, Brian, let's say I froze time. This observer here that's at the top, in fact, let's pick one in like North America, like just Canadian border or something. Do you agree that if this individual took an east reading and the sun happened to be there and we froze time and they set off walking towards the sun, do you know that
I like how you asked me a question and then mute me. Look, I was trying to respond, Stingray. Why won't you pull up Google Earth and show me a line on your model east? Show me where that line goes. Just show me the direction it goes, and then show it, and then depict it going off into space.
I'll put lat long lines on this fucking globe for you in a minute. But we're dealing
go
with
to Google Earth. Go to Google Earth.
Brian, we're not dealing with surface direction. You are saying the sun. Now the sun is in 3D space. Do you agree with the following statement, yes or no? This person, if they take one direction and set off, will actually diverge away from east if they follow the sun frozen in time, yes or no?
Bro, you can't disagree with my direct line of sight on Google Earth and just disagree with that at the same time. You got to pick one, dude. I'm trying to get you to go to Google Earth because
I'm trying to get an
a straight line, bro.
I'm trying to get an understanding here with you, Brian, but you're fucking it up because you're just not answering me. We need to get a baseline. We need to get an understanding. If the observer on the top of this sphere...
I understand what you're saying, dude.
Yeah, so is it yes or no?
The answer is yes or no. You can't have both. Do you want to have converging lines of sight east, or do you want to have that? Which do you want? You can't have them both.
Look, Brian, look. So this observer here, I've now put an up vector plane in there for you. Now this observer here is going to do nothing frozen in time except walk in the direction of the sun, frozen in time. They are not going to diverge from the direction of the sun. When they set out, that direction is east. We can agree on that, correct?
So then my line of sight toward the sun it doesn't converge at the equator. It's that simple, bro.
It's only three questions.
I can agree with that. Listen, I can agree with that, but then I have to disagree with my straight great circle converging at the equator 6,000 miles away.
Okay, we're going to do this in 3 questions. That's all it's going to be, 3 questions. But they're only yes or no, right? They're not, they're just 3 questions.
They are when you're using 2 different arguments, bro. You're trying to use that argument to disregard your other argument.
So I'm not going to leave line of sight of the sun. That's the direction that this observer is going to go, right? Now, when they set out, do we agree that they are setting out east on the equinox, correct? Yes? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
brilliant. Now, do you agree that when they go further east and still keeping the sun frozen in time, can we both agree that now they're not walking east when they actually start walking and keep the sun dead in front of them?
That's where we disagree. That's where we disagree.
So right, got it now. Brilliant. So
now hold on. Hold on. Let me hold on. Hold on 1 second, man. Just 1 second, man. Let me clarify.
All right, we need to sort this out.
Yeah, let me clarify, man. He's getting all the mic time. I want to make sure of something. Okay, so you're trying to tell me that on the globe, if I look due east, okay, and I draw a line due east, okay, it's not continuing east, okay.
Correct. If you're above.
It is not continuing east. It is a line of sight which is 90 degrees from the north, and it is a great circle. It is a straight line, great circle that converges at the equator before it even leaves the planet.
No, it's left the planet.
No, go to Google Earth and let me post my video. It's just a couple minutes. You can watch it.
It doesn't go to the equator and then leave the planet, Brian.
Yeah, Google Earth is not the thing that we're using here. We're in 3D space. Google Earth is 2D, unless you zoom right far back. So Google Earth 2D, this 3D. We live in 3D. This is a representation of the heliocentric model. This is a representation of the up vector and the direction east from that equinox point at, let's say, 45 degrees latitude.
So you're saying that my line of sight is parallel with the equator then, right?
And we actually see that this diverges away from east when you move on it, because it's a sphere, Brian. It's a sphere. It's a sphere, Brian.
For God's sake, dude. For God's fucking sake.
All right, we gotta give Brian the opportunity, but let me read 2 quick super chats, and then after I read these 2 super chats, we go back to Brian. It was his turn, so let me read these 2. And the first one, we got Tiny Captain with a €2 super chat. Thank you, Tiny Captain. Google is surface direction, Brian, not 3D space. You were aware of that? And we got Martin with a £5 super chat. Martin, thank you very much, man. Maybe an example will help Brian. A person 1 mile from the North Pole walking due east with each step will follow a circle with a radius of 1 mile. Let me repeat that. A person 1 mile from the North Pole walking due east with each step will follow a circle with a radius of 1 mile. Thank you very much, everybody. Everybody in the chat, don't get confused. There's been a game of wrenches swapping hands. Don't worry about it. You are all safe. Nobody's going to time anybody out. Wrench will be switched around in the chat box. Thank you for the super chats, guys.
That's
Brian,
a great point. That's a great point. So if I'm at the North Pole and I walk away from the North Pole, let's say 10 degrees longitude, okay, and I pull a 90-degree string line, okay, and I see, I'm not following the Earth, not following a 2D Earth. I'm pulling a string line and seeing the sun 90 degrees from the North Pole, okay? I don't care what the Earth does, I don't care 2D, 3D. Okay, that freaking straight line.
You're roboting, Brian.
Yeah, and
I was going to say that straight line I draw on your map is going to converge at the equator. Okay, it's a great circle. Any 90 degree to the North Pole is a great circle. So you can continue that straight line, great circle, all the way around until you kiss your own ass 24,000 miles later.
Yeah, so,
okay, so that's my line of sight. My line of sight is that great circle that leads me to kissing my own ass. So if I'm shooting a laser beam and I'm hitting my own ass, if it curves around your globe in a straight line.
I put lat long lines on for you, Brian, and you can see.
No, go to Google Earth or either look at my video or.
No. Google Earth, like someone just told you, like Tiny Captain said, is surface direction. We're not on about surface direction. You're on about the sun.
So wait, if we're going to use a sextant, no. If we're using Google Earth for the sextant, what are you talking about?
You can't use Google Earth for a sextant.
Oh my goodness!
Woo! Hey, can you say that again?
Nobody said sextant.
Can you say that again?
No, Brian, just look at this.
Wait, I'll be quiet for 5 minutes.
You can't use Google Earth to measure height on a star.
for your location and your directions.
No, Brian. Right, I put.
No, it's not what I said. Sorry, Stingray. It's not what I. That is not what I said. I never said that you do not use Google Earth for not confirming your location. I said you can't not use Google Earth together with the Sextant for measurement of a star.
But you use your azimuths and your latitude, longitude, and your directions and your locations on Google Earth. So if your star is due east, his argument works all throughout the year, except for equinox, man. Because if I'm at the North Pole, I understand his argument. I 100% understand his argument. He's saying I'm not following east around the globe. Okay.
But your argument.
But when you use the Australian sunrise coming from the south, amongst other arguments, but you put the sun, you put my line of sight above the ecliptic or the Tropic of Capricorn, and that's what you say. You say, if I'm standing on the coast of Australia and I'm looking east, I'm looking toward the equator. That way, when the sun is a Tropic of Capricorn, basically, it's coming in from the south because my east is toward the equator. So you can't have both arguments. That's my point.
I have another point. With your arguments, the whole 1 degree per 60 nautical miles or 69 empirical miles falls apart. And with our argument, what actually Stingray is now showing, it doesn't.
Yeah, so Brian, if you just last thing, Brian, because I've tried this many times. I can try it with the offline, and you can show me how it doesn't work, but it just clearly does, and it's on screen right now. I've got you, well above Florida, but I put latitude lines on this globe, and I've got someone stood up looking in the direction of the sun. We can clearly see that the intersection of their sight follows the curvature of the Earth and diverges away from that latitude line. It's really simple and completely predictable and always works in Australia, in everywhere. It just
what latitude line are you referring to? Because it looks like your latitude lines are crossing the that gray plane.
Right. So this is the up angle in between these two latitude lines here. So these are the latitude lines going around left to right. Now we can see them. They're wrapped on a sphere. Obviously, there's a 23.5 degree tilt if we're on the equinox as well.
The tilt don't matter. That's why I use north and south. So the tilt doesn't matter. Yeah, you tilt the globe, you tilt the latitudes also.
Would you give me 10 seconds? Give me 10 seconds. No timeouts in the YouTube chat, please. People is switching ranges. Try not to make an accident and time anybody out. Please, Marcus Dresden, throw responsibly. C4 just gave me a PayPal over here with $10. Thank you very much, C4. I really appreciate that, brother. And there's the comment I want to read over here. Imagine being an adult in 2022 and having to lie and deny in light of all evidence. That's 100% of the time show that you're wrong. Just to hold an unfounded belief. Looking at you, Brian. I butchered that comment.
These are some of the problems that I need answering before I really consider the globe. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, the globe's a good model, man. It's a good mathematical model. There's just a few problems that have been skirted, in my opinion, man.
Brian, just so you know,
I got to remind you of something real quick. Go for it. Yeah, there's one fundamental issue that you came across earlier and hasn't been addressed since, which is that the surface line that Brian is drawing on Google Earth, he thinks that should be a rhumb line and that it's always going east along the entire path until it reaches the equator. You got to remember that's one of the parts that he's having a problem with.
No, but I'm using line of sight, and then I'm drawing that line of sight because, like I said, I went to the beach and I pulled 90 degrees. So I just got my north and I pulled 90 degrees. Okay. And that's where the sun rose. Okay. So I do that on Google Earth and I draw a direct line. And you can't get no more direct than a great circle. Because like I said,
and that's not a rum line, as I was trying to mention. That is not a line where when you follow it along the entire path, you are not going east the entire time.
I know that.
You start out east,
that's what I'm saying.
and your heading changes as you
basically,
follow
if I'm
it.
looking, so here's my point. If I'm looking parallel with if I'm at 10 degrees latitude and you're at 10 degrees south latitude, and then Jose's on the equator, he's looking due east, okay? Now, when we look due east, okay, if we're looking parallel with Jose, then our latitude lines are parallel on a globe. They are parallel. But if you draw due east on Google Earth, it converges you toward the equator. And like I'm saying, you can't have both. I understand y'all's argument, and you can have that argument, but then you lose other arguments like the Australian sunrise.
Brian, the fact that you keep
let me try this one last time because it seems that you didn't quite get it. The line of sight from somebody north of the equator and the line of sight of somebody south of the equator, the surface line that you drew from those people, along that line, as you follow it to follow where the sun is in the sky, your heading is changing. You start out going straight east for both people, but the heading changes and draws you closer to the equator.
Well, the sun.
You're not continuously going east the entire time,
way,
Brian.
Dude, you think I don't understand what you're saying? And I 100% do. Now, let me try and put this in a way where you understand what I'm saying. Okay? For the sun's angle to change 1 degree, you have to travel, I think it's 1,200,000 miles to get a full degree. You have to go like 4 times further than the moon. So, if we rise up from the equator into space, okay? Into space, we pass the moon. We still, if we keep that line of sight, it's still going to be looking at the sun until we go over 1,000,000 miles. Okay. Now, if we leave Jose at the equator, we're both way above the Earth, and I travel north direction underneath us, kind of, and you travel south, but we start getting higher and higher off the globe. But we don't change angles, okay? So that represents a parallel line of sight, okay? So you get to 10 degrees and I get to 10 degrees. You get to 10 degrees south, I get to 10 degrees north. We drop down on the globe, okay? And so does Jose. Now, we drop down, so we're still angling the same way we was when we were at the equator, okay? So that doesn't matter where the lines are. So it basically, to be parallel with the equator, the longitude due east has to be parallel with that direction of 10 degrees latitude, okay? Because they're
You're not following a line of longitude, Brian.
Right.
Or a line of latitude.
That's what I'm saying.
That's the thing. The entire time that you go along that line, you're not
That's
going
my whole
east,
point, bro.
which means that the line of longitude is not being followed, which means the line of longitude is fine being parallel to the equator. What you're doing is you're going on a path that's not parallel to the equator.
No shit. And so,
Right?
and I'm
So
looking
then
directly at the
that
sun.
means that
So
the thing that you're looking at is over the equator.
If I follow the sun, okay, due east for me is converging at the equator, okay, not my latitude line. That's exactly what I'm saying. My direction of sight. I have to keep turning to stay on my longitude line or my latitude line. I have to keep following east. But just my direct 90 degree from north, great circle, point of view direction, laser eyes, are going to converge at the equator at the beginning, right before Africa, at the beginning of Africa, 6,200 miles away. So if I travel in a straight line toward the sun, okay, on the Earth, on a globe Earth, I'm going to wind up in Africa, still looking straight at the sun. If the sun just stopped and I'm at 29 degrees north and I travel due east on my great circle toward the sun, my straight line, great circle, geodesic toward the sun, I'm going to wind up off the coast of Africa, still looking out into space at the sun. It's going to be a little higher, I guess, but I'm going to wind up 6,200 miles away.
Please. Brian, you're breaking up as well a little. Start breaking up. Brian, you start breaking up.
Yeah, but the point he got it getting the higher that he was correct in. You're getting higher and higher and higher, so that your view, so that your line of sight never crosses.
Yeah, I mean, so Brian, the only disconnect you've got, if you can still hear me, because you did break up, the only disconnect you've got is you have to understand that when you're looking east on a land direction, you can't. That is not equatable to the same direction in 3D space on a sphere. It's not. One is surface, as in longitude and latitude. The other has a 3D direction, what I would call a unit vector. Now, the unit vectors from anybody looking at the sun on a sphere are parallel in 3D, but that has nothing to do with the surface direction at all. Nothing, because the surface direction is actually distorted due to it being on a sphere. And east wraps round a sphere. West wraps.
But great circles aren't distorted, though, right? Great circles are straight lines, correct?
And one great circle, 90-degree tangent that is looking at the sun, along that great circle will diverge.
So my line of sight will diverge off of that great circle?
Look at the...
Yes.
Can you see my screen here? Can you seriously see my screen or not?
Bro, I understand that. And if I give you that, then I'm taking away your son coming in from the south in Australia, bro. If you're going to say that,
okay, so
because y'all use the whole point that my east is facing up toward the equator. You show that on your model. You show my east looking up.
No. So now I'll show you this at the same time, right? This is the same model at the same time. The only thing they've got to do is find my observer and find my little rig, and I'll plant them in Australia. Now the problem is we're on the equinox here, so this isn't the same as when the sun rises. But this observer here now is in Australia. Now, for you, yes, it's now rising north of east, which is fine, but this is the equinox. So now if I rotate this away to be there we go, winter. Now if I look at, oh no, that's the opposite way, so I want it there winter, don't I? Jesus. Okay, so now if we're looking at this, and I rotate this round, oh Jesus Christ, wait a minute, I'm doing a rumpus. Yeah, no, I was correct the first time. Apologies to everyone. So now if I rotate this around, because it's in their summer that it does this. So yeah, now that I've rotated it around, I've still got your view on there, but we can see, because of that axial tilt, this now is where the sun rises. We can see it in 2D here on the surface. And we can see that there is a very, very visible difference between where the sun is rising and this latitude line here. But I've left your line of sight here. It's the same model. All of it works perfectly.
Dude, what are those red lines, bro? What are those red lines, man?
I understand what the misunderstanding is. Brian, you see a straight line around a sphere is not a straight line into space. A straight line into space is a tangent. The line of sight to the sun is a tangent from the position you are. If you follow the straight line on the sphere, you will actually divert from it.
By the way, Brian,
but I won't diverge in 6,000 miles, though.
In answer to your question, you made me put these in inadvertently by saying about the magnetic direction, of which I said was pointless because I'm using true direction.
Oh, shit. Okay. I thought that was supposed to be latitude lines too.
No. These are the Earth's magnetic fields, thanks to you. So there you go.
Well, please at least take the time to watch the video. If Jose wants to play it, it's only like 4 or 5 minutes. But if you just watch like the first 3 minutes, I posted it.
I actually got to step away for 3 minutes, so I'll be back
That's
very
fine.
shortly. Before the last switch we're gonna do here before I go around Zeb Tippy and Glober Mom swap wrenches now. Go ahead.
So Brian, I don't mind having a chat with you and you showing me what you think doesn't work, because I'm 100% confident that everything works on this. And now that I put magnetic lines in, even though we shouldn't really use them because it doesn't change that much, but it is transient. We should use true star direction, star fixed.
Yeah, I agree. Can I ask you a question, man?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, if the sun is rising due east where I pulled my string line, so let me get here in my world. Come to my world just for a second. Okay, if the sun is rising due east, 90 degrees from east, and I can draw pretty much a great circle in that direction, and it'll circle around the globe. But whatever, if I'm warping due to 2D, my question is this. If I take off toward that sun, okay, directly toward that sun, if time stands still just for a minute, I'm going to travel toward that sun, that great circle path, but I'm going to get higher and higher away from the Earth. And if I keep going toward the sun, ain't Africa 6,200 miles away going to be way the fuck down below me? But then if I double down and if I deviate from the sun once I pass Africa and keep coming around back and following the great circle, I'm going to wind up coming around to my own ass following that great circle. But my question is if I follow that great circle due east from 29 degrees north, like where I pull my string line, and I go toward the sun off into space, ain't Africa going to wind up underneath me 6,200 miles away?
No. It depends how high you go up, because you're not traveling across a landmass at that point. You're traveling towards the sun, which means if you look at what I'm showing you right now, which means Africa is not within your ability to say that it is underneath you. It absolutely isn't, because you're traveling towards the sun. If underneath you will be the closest point on the Earth, you would have to get very far out for. Wait a minute, which way did he say we're going? So
will you draw? Can you just draw a circle? Can you draw me a great circle from 30 degrees north, 90 degrees from just pull 90 degrees from just the east coast of America around Florida at 30 degrees north latitude, and draw me that great circle, please, on your model?
Yeah, give it a sec. Let me just align this to that, and then align this to that, and then rotate this. And you're in Florida.
Can I make a point?
Yeah.
Yeah, go to like just barely under 30 degrees north, and just pull 90 from that location. 90 degrees from that location, the great circle.
If you're following a course, not following the surface of the Earth, then it has nothing to do with north, south, and west anymore, does it? Because you're not following the surface of the Earth anymore, so it has nothing to do with our directions.
That's why I was asking. If I go along that great circle toward the sun, I'm trying to see where it puts me on Earth, even though it's going to be way underneath me, because I'm dead reckoning or whatever you want to call it, straight toward the sun. Time stands still, even though the Earth's dropping underneath me. I'm following that line, that great circle. I'm just getting a little higher, but I'm still following that straight path. My line is right toward the sun, and I'm just trying to see. So he just did it, and you see where it wound up. And so the answer to my question, I believe, would be that that if you followed that line and just got above it, if you followed the direction, that Africa would wind up underneath you if you followed that straight line of sight.
You will just go in a direction up and not actually east anymore.
Yeah. So Brian, if you
that's my latitude line. That's not my Great Circle 90.
Yeah.
What you've got there. You had it a minute ago.
Wait a minute, is it not? So this is axial with the Earth, and then all I did was rotate it round and down like this, which should follow if it intersects. Oh no, you're right, it's off. Whoops.
Now, hopefully, by seeing that, you at least see what I'm talking about, and the fact that I do understand y'all's argument. Yeah. The fact y'all think I'm thinking in just 2Ds. I understand it, and if I give y'all that, like I said, I keep bringing up Australia, but that ain't the only example. But I mean, maybe I'll find the answer myself, man.
Yeah, look at this. So east now, if we raise up above the planet and get to this top line, so we've just gone 90 degrees straight up from Florida, from Kissimmee or wherever the hell, and then fly towards the sun. We to say that we pass over Africa is not really a good indication of it, because we'll be at this point, and then this point is the closest we'll get to Africa before we start. Well, actually, just a little bit before this point, before we start going away, and it's not like we can say we're above Africa. On the surface of the Earth, we're in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. Well, actually, we're near the oh god, wait a minute, I'm gonna we're near the ascension. Oh no, we're not.
No, because if sunrise is a quarter of your globe, then it's exactly 6,200 miles. That's exactly a quarter of your globe. So, but
if we've traveled towards the sun, we're not. The closest we'll get to Africa is about 4,000 or 5,000 miles, and it is not underneath us on the globe.
If you can raise up a little bit from Kissimmee, man, Kissimmee's way down there past the Tropic of Capricorn. I'm not trying to go extreme, but at least just go to like 29 or 30 north. Just 30 or just barely underneath 30, like toward like St. Augustine or Daytona. Or you could go directly on 30. And I just want to see it on your model so I could kind of wrap my head around what your model is showing.
Well, technically,
compared to Google Earth direct.
Technically, the Earth will turn underneath you, so later if you actually away from the actually spool and to travel towards the Earth. So, but you can't actually say which country is underneath you, because the Earth is just turning around it, and you're actually not traveling according to the magnetic poles of the Earth anymore.
But anyway, Brian, this model, you're welcome to it. I can take you through it. We can have a look at it. We can test it. I've now got all these observers in that all look towards the sun. It works 100% of the time, all the time, for every situation. And all I have to do...
So what I'll do is I'll agree with that. And I'll bring the counter arguments to... I'll bring you... next time I come, I'll bring some consequences of that. Of the sun not being in the direction that I'm looking in compared to Google Earth. So I'll bring the counter arguments. Like I said, I understand what you're saying. I just believe there's counter arguments, and I'll bring them next time.
Yeah, but Brian, Google Earth isn't 3D. It is 2D direction on a sphere. There is a difference.
It's a globe projection. It's a projection.
It is. Now, in order for you, so what you would have to do is you have to do an inverse spherical projection into your math to be able to then say, this is the 3D direction. You could do a coordinate transform using a sphere, using a radius, whereby you could transform that direction. It's really, but you can't just say, well, Google Maps is wrong when you're trying to apply it to a flat surface. It's not flat, it's spherical.
Yeah, but the transform is done for me pretty much. You're kind of like untransforming it basically with that model you got. And once again, I understand your argument. I just believe that steps on the toes of a couple other arguments, and I'll bring them. And I'll also bring the example of me on the shoreline with a laser and with a little space shuttle, and I'll stop time and fly toward it. And but I'll bring up the other argument. So if I give you that and with the
Brian.
Google Earth, and I'll show you the other problems that creates. And I don't think like I've done a good enough job with that. So I can agree with what you're saying. Then I have to disagree with a couple other things, and I'll bring them next.
Fine. There's only one thing, and just this is my last share, and then I'm done. Bring Google Earth and its direction and all that kind of stuff. But when you bring, and I'm sharing it right now, when you bring Google Earth, you show me the direction fully zoomed out until it does that. Now you show me the direction on here. Absolutely.
That's why you got to watch 2 minutes of that video. That's exactly what I did.
Now, do you see what happens distortion-wise when we're zooming in?
Let me screen share. Let me screen share real quick, Stingray.
Okay. Well, I can't stop you anyway, so. Yeah, Jose has to share you, so if he's not here, no one on YouTube will see it.
Yeah, but also the problem is that Google Earth is showing a direction, but not the height of the sun, so it's 2D.
I feel there's one thing that's missing in all of this as well, that the predictions that timeanddate.com show you all this stuff where things are rising and setting either north or south of east or west, and what happens on the equinox, all of that is completely implementing a globe model. That's all globe stuff in there. So if it says that we should see a sunrise north or south of east or west on any particular time of year, that's what the globe says should happen.
I need to say something very important. I want to apologize to the audience for two things. First, the screen share was not up. I just started sharing the camera. Brian Leakes got the camera on because I was away from the keyboard. I think I typed it somewhere. I gotta step away for. I think I say here for a few minutes. I just came back. So since I say that for the last 10 minutes, I wasn't here. I was listening on YouTube. I was reading the chat on YouTube, and we're taking care of an issue going on YouTube. There's a attempt of massive doxing by a group of people that came into the chat, and they're trying to be a smartass and playing with words, trying to dox individuals. That's not going to be allowed, but nobody's going to be hidden from the channel. I had to unhide somebody that was hidden. Timeouts is okay. If I see on my own time, because I wasn't alert of every comment that went down, I'm going to see the whole context of everything. If that behavior continues, then I personally will hide those people. But a timeout, I think, is worse than hide people, because when somebody is hidden, what can they do? They might create a SOC account. They might have a SOC account and come back to it to continue do it again. But if they are timeout, they are going to want to wait those 5 minutes, type something, take their time to type something, throw it in here. Why? To the comment to be deleted and sent to the corner again to be timeout again. And it can happen all day long. If the people want to stay here and try to type a comment that is unnecessary, I might allow it 2 or 3 times, but then I will be the one with the honor of hiding those people, not anybody else. So yeah, just have fun, everybody. The doxing is not allowed on YouTube in any way, shape, or form that is not YouTube friendly. So let's not do it. Let's not do it to everybody, please. Boom. Carry on, guys. Big shout out. I had a super chat. Yeah. I had a super chat. I was there. Truth Nerds. Truth Nerds, in the context where Brian say if follow a Great Circle route, he can find his own ass in the other side. You are in your own ass, Brian. Head firmly lodged. Shout out to Truth Nerds for the super chat. Boom. All right. That Oh, did I kill this? There's a. You're sharing your phone screen, Brian. Brian Leakey.
Go to the southern hemisphere.
You're sharing your screen, but we don't hear you, Brian. Oh, wait. What?
2980
Brian Leakey is sharing. But you are muted, Brian. You got it on mute.
Equator, same distance, about 6,200 miles.
That's what's going on there.
Yeah, I was muted.
Oh, there you go.
Am I still sharing screen?
Yes, yes, you are.
Okay, this should show the straight line and route the coast of Africa. This is 29 south, 80 toward the equator, same distance, about 6,200 miles, and route the coast of Africa, same spot. It sure enough, due east for the southern hemisphere also converges at the equator in the same spot. So there's the straight line.
Yeah, no sound, Brian. You caught up. I don't know if you're roboting or what.
Africa, hold on, it's coming up.
There you go. There you go.
Looking parallel to the equator. So you are looking at the coast of Africa, basically. You're not looking parallel to the equator. So
yeah, you guys don't have any sound because Brian is presenting something, but we don't hear a sound.
Yeah, I'm not. I guess you can't hear the sound, but
no, we don't. Just
not
shows
it though. Okay. Now, everywhere on Earth, I should be looking parallel with the equator. Watch this real quick. But I'm not looking parallel to the equator. When I'm looking due east,
we are seeing. We don't hear it, but we see it
at the equator. So their parallel sun rays are out the door. They want to have them both. They want to have their east converging at the equator for.
I'm gonna clean room. I'm gonna start timing people out because they are instigating drama. We were having all kinds of fun until Emma, Rakia, SC showed up, so all of them are gonna be timed out. I don't want any drama, so please, everybody is stop engaging with them. Stop tagging them and attempting to have the argument with them because it's drama. It's actually drama. What they're drama instigators, and that's not gonna fly low. So please, just time them out. Rakia, Emma, and SC Montreal, whoever is trying to do the drama, and let's just stop addressing them because if we keep addressing them, I might time you out too for continuing addressing them because you are then continuing to bring this drama to the channel, which I do not allow. So I'm gonna let 30 seconds to reach you. These 30 seconds will reach you very shortly. So just stop talking about this doxing topic and this drama and these personal issues. If you want to talk about that, go away to some other channels and some other servers and do it over there. Thank you very much.
Anyway, I didn't have the voice, but I was just showing that if you pull at the beginning of the video, I don't know if you've seen it, but I showed the string lines meet on the beach, showed the sun coming up, splitting them. And then I went to Google Earth just to see, okay, where that's going. Okay, so I draw a great circle in that direction, due east. And my line of sight is that great circle, and it almost hits the coast of Africa. It's just like about 50 miles off. Did the same thing in the south, and it matched it. It coming from the other direction, and they're both great circles. They're both lines of sight.
You exactly showed what we tried to explain to you.
I understand what you're saying, man. Like I said, I need to come prepared. I need to come prepared with the counter arguments if I agree with that next time. So you'll see more what my argument is. So if I agree with that, to me that kills a couple other arguments. I'll come prepared with them and see what y'all have to say about it and see if we can work it out.
Yeah, that's good.
These parallel sun rays are fucking exhausting, dude. Excuse my language.
You, people love you over here, Brian.
I'm just calling it how I see it, man. I'm not beyond. Like I've been swayed, on certain things. Been wrong about a lot of things. There's just some things. To me, I'm waiting on some answers. And parallel sun rays is doesn't necessarily help the flat Earth, but it challenges. It definitely puts a challenge to the Globers. I'll say that. So they should like that.
Whoa. Okay. Yeah, there's
Yeah,
a
but
person.
you're in the right place. There are some people in here that work with it every day.
There's no challenge.
I'll be honest. I didn't never think I'd get an answer to the Venus. Seeing Venus like right with the sun right there, and I wound up getting one for that. I didn't think ever in the world I'd get an explanation. Some of the explanations to me are, borderline maybe. Some of them like the I don't accept yet, maybe never. Who knows? But the better understanding I have of y'all's model when I hash it out and hear what y'all say.
All right.
I just feel like if the Earth is flat, then there has to be a very consistent refraction. I think we could all agree with that. Every time I ask this, everybody says, "Oh, it ain't," so it ain't. But if it was, just put on, a flat Earth ball cap for a second. If it was, then there's got to be a consistent type of gradient in the atmosphere, making the sun fairly consistent. So there's got to be a refraction going on with a celestial refraction. It's pretty consistent. So what I would equate that to is like a moisture gradient. There's always a moisture gradient, even if it's drier in your area that day, it's still going to gradiate off at about the same rate. And I attribute that to the refraction. And I don't think the air density is going to change shit. It's just not enough of a change. It's the same medium, but the water vapor in the air does gradiate down to nothing. And we know that water vapor is less dense than air. So the less water vapor, the sunlight, the starlight, and all that could possibly follow that gradient and curve it upward over long distances. Maybe not over short distances, but long distances, and maybe consistently to give us what we see. And that's why I come up with the equation, the ratio, because if it's if the Earth is flat, either the sun and stars and all that are some kind of 4D shit that I don't understand, or it's a pretty consistent type of refraction if they're physical bodies. Who knows? In my opinion, nobody 100%.
Yeah, but the thing is then that other puzzle pieces do not fit together anymore, and with understanding of our model, it does.
Oh, so happy with the show today. I kind of trying to bring peace for the rest of the day because we got flooded with trolls all of a sudden. It's good. We're normal. I mean, it wasn't anything was out of control. I guess just having fun. Hello all. Are you a moron? If you are not a moron, why are you offended that you are called a moron? I'm a moron. I'm a moron, and I get offended when people call me a moron. You know what I mean? So, hello all. Are you a moron? I mean, the name sounds like a moron. By name, you sound like a moron. I'm such an asshole. It's good. It's good. You gotta know how to play the game, man.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't feel the chat that much. I was in here too much. But in here, it was a decent conversation.
Good. Yeah, it's good. It's been great. It's been fantastic show. And it's not out of control. Dan Peringer is a moron. He's a maroon. Oh, he's not a moron. He's a maroon. Sorry for calling you a moron, Dan. Oh, that was fine. Anybody? We got a bunch of people here. Anybody want to take the lead for a few minutes, and then we'll do a round of final thoughts. It's kind of that time. I didn't know we've been going for over 3 hours now. Fucking A.
I'm watching concrete dry, man.
I am Sriracha in between.
All right, Brian, go ahead. Ligue. You were gonna say something.
I said I was watching concrete dry, man. I got this little waffle maker that broke, and it's the way it's angled, man. It's perfect. I had all this lead left over from the Cavendish thing that I still have set up and haven't really completed, but I had so much leftover lead that I made a bunch of little plates. I make like 4 at a time on this waffle maker, but I had to cut out for the tabs because, of course, the waffles don't have battery tabs on them. So I had to cut it, and then it was hollow, so I had to melt some aluminum and put it on there. And then I had to mix some concrete to put underneath it so it didn't fall off when I filed it and shit. But I'm going to do a video of this homemade battery, like deep cycle battery. I got a shitload of these round waffle plates that I'm going to put in PVC and sulfuric acid with some lead dioxide that I got from old batteries and shit, where I got all the lead. And it should be a pretty good video, man. So I put 2 of the plates together and ran a little PC fan for like 2 days straight, just charging it for a few hours, and ran the bitch for a couple days straight, just 2 pads.
That's now. You said you were watching concrete dry. Actually, I think I find that a little bit more amusing than watching paint dry. Do you think so? Watching concrete dry is actually like something happens as it dries, right? I mean, the color changes, and you see a chemical reaction going on in real time.
It's a little more exciting than watching paint dry, I will say that.
Blue, what do you think about that, Blue?
Yeah, I was going to ask Brian, are you still planning on doing your Cavendish, Brian?
Yeah, I am, man. I just finally cleared off space. And then when I cleared it off, I mean, this room was, you seen the background. I had to put a blanket over some of the shit when I showed just my the balls of the Cavendish that I molded. But I finally got it cleared off and everything. And then they brought in a couple high chairs and a few other things. And so I got that cleared off. So I'm just about ready, man. But I got kind of sidetracked. This battery stuff's exciting, Blue. Yeah, I'd still plan on doing it. I have so much extra lead, man, that I still got my balls intact, and now I actually have the room. So yeah, you'll have to help me with the math when I go to do it.
Yeah, it uses up some space if you're going to do something that size. What did you end up with? Like 6-inch diameter lead?
Let me see, man. Yeah, no, probably more like about 6-7 inch, for the big one. Yeah, that's about right.
Somewhere between 50 and 75. 50 to 75 pounds a piece.
Yeah, they're about 50 pounds, I think. I'll weigh them though and get the exact amount.
That's a fun experiment. You'll enjoy that.
Hey, how big were your big balls, Blue?
They were 22.3 kilograms, which is just shy of 50 pounds.
Yeah,
they were 6 inches, or just slightly over 6 inches in diameter.
Them little fuckers were heavy, weren't they?
It's very surprising, you know.
Yeah, it is.
You see a little 6-inch diameter ball, and you're accustomed to what something like that should weigh until you try to get your damn fingers under it and pick it up. It's amazing.
It's surprising, man. It's like the size of a ball you'd normally kick across the yard, but you don't want to kick this one.
No.
But what was the diameter? What was the size or the approximate size of the small ones that you had?
My small ones were 2 inches in diameter. They weighed 780 grams each.
That's pretty close to what I got, man. Pretty damn close. I didn't really plan for that, but that's pretty close.
Well, I used those, and then I used some smaller ones too that were like, I think, inch and a half. They weighed about 330 grams each. I did one series of tests for those smaller ones. The bigger ones work better. It's easier to find a torsion wire that works.
That was my next question, sir. You just answered it. I'm gonna weigh my small ones real quick.
I ended up using tungsten for the wire. At the end of the day, the only problem with tungsten is it's damned expensive. 25-foot piece of that stuff was $80.
Okay, my small balls are let's see, 2,291 grams. So that, well, let me see what it is in pounds.
That's pretty big.
Yeah, let me see. I think my big balls are like about 60 pounds, but my scale ain't big enough. Let me check this in pounds real quick. Yeah, it's 5 pounds and 8 ounces. I'll show it real quick.
That's one of the small ones.
Yeah, hold on 1 second. I'm having trouble getting to the other screen. I don't know why. Oh, here it is. Oh, it's showing. Yeah, that's the small one right there. It's 5 pounds. But this scale only goes up. Let me see. This scale only goes up to 11 pounds. So I can't weigh the big one. But yeah, 11 pounds. And this thing is yeah, looks like just pretty close to 5 pounds. I think the bigger ones are about 60, but I'll get exact measurements by the time I go to do it. Probably within a couple weeks.
Yeah, if you can get the diameter of it, we can figure it out. Your battery lead is probably 95, well, between 90 and 95% pure. Yeah, close enough. You're not going to be making precision measurements with it, but that's when that's when it gets really complicated, when you really try to get the thing precise. Measure the gravitation constant. It's hard to do. But
If you knew how many batteries I melted down, man, you'd laugh, man. I've melted down so many batteries, man.
Say something really quick. I gave a timeout to hello all new person that should join in. I don't care if it's Babe, it's Emma, whoever it is with a SOC account or one of the crews. I gave a timeout to that person because they say, hey, this live stream is going in 10 minutes. That's why I gave you a timeout. No shilling live streams because we are in a live stream right here. I'm not going to allow you to come in and shill another show that is going to happen as this one is going. That's why I time you out. Now, if you join the voice call, if you join the chat, they say, hey, I got to go because there's a live stream and I'm going to go. I say, all right, where are you going? Then you can speak up. But you're not going to come in to do a hit and run like that and throwing a live stream, like shilling your channel like that. I mean, shilling a live show. If you want to shill a channel, you're welcome to do so. Like, hey, check out this channel. But if you're telling me there's a live stream that is going to happen while your show is running, you're going to get timed out, Now, as I say, if you want to join the voice, you can speak up and chill whatever you're going to watch. You say, I got to go because this awesome show that I'm going to watch and it's going to be going live right now. Where are you going? Then you can speak up. So there you go. Yeah. Then the rest of the people were timed out earlier because they were violating YouTube rules. Doxing is one of those. I saw Emma doxing Bob, the science guy, like by his real name over here in a funny way, trying to be a smartass, which she wasn't because she was caught up too quick. And then now I continue. time out SC Montreal, Raki, I heard, and whatever, because they continue instigating drama, and and that's a big no-no. This channel is entertainment. It's not a soap opera channel, so just have fun, talk to each other, engage with each other, but have some kind of fun, not having to do with your personal vendettas and personal issues that you got going on with one individual or another. Have fun. If you don't know how to do it, then get the fuck out of my show. I don't want to let you drag everybody down to your depression and to your just nonsensical way of living. Let us have fun. You have fun your way. Get the fuck out. Go to your channel. And if you can stay here, but you have to adapt and have fun the way we have fun over here. This is not a drama show. Just get the fuck out if you want to do that. Thank you.
So on a scale of Anthony Riley to Blue Marble Science, how successful are we thinking that this particular Cavendish Brian's going to be?
I think Brian's actually going to try to make it work. Anthony never did try to make it work. Anthony started out to try to make it fail.
I've already seen it work.
I'm curious.
Just when I set it up, just for the little presentation for the video, I already seen it tending toward each other and shit. So I don't doubt what Blue did. I seen what he did. I just want to figure out the math, do the math, and see how that lines up, and I'm gonna test it with some different shit, man. That's what I was bitching about the whole time. And so he said, "Make your own Cavendish," and I'm like, "Damn, why don't I? I already had a bunch of lead." So I just got to melting batteries, and I got a little bit of lead from a buddy of mine. So fuck it, I'm gonna do it. And if I'm gonna do it, I want to do it the way it was done. And then I'm gonna see about criticizing it with other shit if there is criticism to be had, because I've seen a couple get shot down, like the vacuum that Spurs brought up. I personally didn't think that the vacuum would stop it, but
of course not.
But it backed up what you call it. I forgot his name. What's the guy's name who did that? Guy who came out.
Biodual.
Yeah, Biodual. Yeah. So he sure enough did it. So I'm like, shit, none of us are hardly doing it. So one of us got to do it. If we're gonna criticize it, if we don't show it, it ain't worth a shit, right?
Oh, I gotta delete. I gotta delete a link that Bev put in the Discord because it has a copyright image. Sorry, Bev. If you put that logo in my channel, it must be deleted. You told us it's copyrighted, so I'm not gonna allow it in my channel. Thank you.
I'll help you any way I can, Brian. Give me the weights and dimensions and stuff you're thinking about. I can tell you what it's going to do.
Yeah, I'm counting on that. I got that message you sent. I never get my messages like right when you send them, but I eventually do. And I got that, so I'm counting on that.
I'll give you the spreadsheet if you want it, and you can plug and play yourself.
Wait, who's gonna spread shit? How is that even possible? I mean, like, is it chicken poop spreadsheet or something?
Holy shit!
My English is not very good looking. What I heard was a spreadsheet.
Yeah, I understand it.
I was curious too about the fact that when you ground the wires.
That's what rosters do. Spreadsheet.
But though, if he's grounding them all together down the same grounding wire, then yeah, that zeroes them out. So that wouldn't make a difference. But if you ground them separate, that I mean, it was kind of a jerry-rig setup the way I had the ladder out there and shit. But it was insulated. I had cardboard and shit. And you could do that. Like, it ain't much of a charge, it ain't much current, but it's there. If you put lead, especially, it's maybe why it's good with batteries. But if you put them close to each other and grounded separately, you will get a current closer they get, and then when they touch, they'll zero and shit. So that's why I was thinking that they attract. But it's hard to argue.
There's some people looking forward to how are you going to calibrate your torsion wire for your Cavendish.
to be honest, man, I'm setting out when I start it here soon because I'm almost done with my batteries. I'm gonna try a whole lot of different shit. I'm gonna try and, first and foremost, I'm gonna try and match the experiment the way it's supposed to work, and then once I see that, then I'm gonna just try and vary a bunch of stuff, man, and then and I'm gonna do a lot of experimenting outside of the numbers, just with materials, and see if I get something different with different materials. I'm going to vary the shit out of every I can think and see what happens, because if it just keeps cooperating, so I got to yield to that possibility. But I don't believe that.
Brian, biggest. Oh, you're breaking up. I tell you what. Hey, Biggest Douglas, he's got a great point. You could have a successful channel. You actually could be a successful YouTuber. I don't know. Maybe you want to. We talked about it a while ago, months ago, that you were gonna take one day, like a Thursdays, and do, and kind of give you the floor to get your camera on and do different tests and experiments, type of things, and try to create things and put shit together. If you were do a lot of crazy experiments and crazy tests with electricity or magnets or whatever bullshit, and just you talking with the audience and trying to put shit together and shit breaking or exploding or just explaining, but avoid talking about the earth being flat. Just leave the flat earth out. Just talking about the experiments, the tests, the intention, what are you going to do. That could be, if I had the skills to just brainstorm and try to do shit, if I had the tools and the gadgets to try to put shit together, I'll be like awesome, like one of those, the Russian hacker guy, something like that, like boom, and he's doing experiments. Or the guy that does a bunch of electricity, they got hundreds of thousands of subscribers. Electroman, yeah, they're crazy, man. Yeah, it's fun, man. You gotta come in so every once in a while. Send me either an email, DM or something. Or say, Jose, I'm free on this day. Let's do. I got an idea to do a little something on my garage or whatever.
Dude, I remember that. That seems to be the only way I follow through completely. I got so many beginnings of projects, but one thing I do have is a lot of gadgets and a lot of ideas. So yeah, we might have to do that. I got a couple right offhand to throw at, but just for the sake of people predicting what's going to happen, because we hear shit, we see what science says, but it's different to see it. Seeing it's cool. You're right. That would be cool.
You gotta get yourself a second device, a second old phone with Wi-Fi or something to set your phone somewhere. You log in a different account. You get a second account. Logging in that account to turn the camera on, and then you over here in the table. You got your phone recording you, and then you sideways, really cool. And then you got your phone over here with the Discord, the talk, and all of that shit, doing your test. That would be fucking awesome, man. And we'll have a full view of you doing your shit.
Fixed, man.
Yeah, that's good.
I got my computer fixed, but I'm so used to using the phone, man.
I know, man. It took me a little while for me to get used to computers. After for the first few years, I was using my phone, but then when I got it, it's nice. It takes you a few days, few weeks to get used to it, and then you don't want to go back to your phone. When you're already used to the computer. Let's get a round of final thoughts. Let's get out of here. It's still good. I mean, we had almost 4 hours show, actually. I think we started at 12:30. 1, 2, 3. Yep, almost 4 hours show. It was good. It was fun. I thanks everybody for your support. We had a a few PayPals and a bunch of super chats. Yeah, we did good today. Thank you very much for your support. That really do help me. As I announced yesterday, I think that I am more relaxed. A weight was taken off my shoulders because I was in risk of being evicted from where I live, and that happened because of the loss of my previous channel. I was unable to cash out the last money that I did, which I actually did really good the month before I got my channel hacked out. I was expecting to get like $600 or $700, one of the biggest. I had a lot of support, big super chats, and I never received that. I was counting on that to pay the rent, so that put me behind. So I did a little bit of money after that. When I was unable to do a lot of money, I did a little bit of money, which I had to pay the phone and the electric bill and the internet and all the stuff. So I fell behind a few months. I was in risk of being evicted. I talked to in the office. They sent me the legal papers. They said, you got until this day to pay a shitload of money. I didn't have it. So we did an arrangement. They got a lawyer involved, and the lady helped me a lot from the park, the manager of the park. And she hooked me up with a lawyer. We did a payment plan, and we're good. I was able to pay one amount. I'm going to pay now, paid my regular rent plus what I got behind. I'm going to pay it in the, broken down the 15. So I'm looking good. It's still going to be a little tight and tough for me. So I got to catch up with that, but at least I am safe in this place, which I don't want to leave because it's awesome. I like it here. So thank you very much because you guys, everybody supporting me on YouTube by hitting me up with a little bit here, a little bit there. It does help me a lot. Appreciate it. If you made it this far, everybody on YouTube, don't forget to leave a like on the show, share the shows. The first comment in the comment section will be pinned if it's YouTube friendly and if it's not a repetition of a comment like a comment from the previous videos. I will pin your comment even if you type first. That will be pinned if you're the first one. And thank you everybody that was here in the call on Discord. Everybody was cool today. Everybody was nice. We had fun. Thank you to those who left, and thank you to those who are still here. Well, MC Toon is here. I'm willing to stay an extra 10 minutes if MC Toon want to talk to Brian here for just a few minutes. And I'm gonna kill my camera. I'm gonna give you guys the floor. If you wanted to know your camera, whatever, is your MC Toon. Let's try everybody to stay out and let MC Toon talk to Brian for a few minutes, and then we'll do final thoughts. MC Toon, how you doing, brother?
I'm good.
What's going on, Mike?
Okay. Hey. So, I hear you think you may have a solution to the challenge.
Yeah, it involves refraction. Yeah, think you might like it.
Well, it's super easy to measure whether it's accurate or not, and that's you just give the position that you think that the observer was, and if it's within 25 feet, then step one is a pass.
Feet.
You need 25. Sorry. Navigators don't even get that. Statute miles, 25 statute miles. Did you read the challenge just so that you know what you're trying to do?
I read it. And then kind of seen a couple things that I was like, whatever. And I went away. And I'm like, let me look at it again. And I looked at it again. And then my first model missed it by 2 miles at 45 degrees. So I had to figure out the ratio, man, and tweak it. And I think I got it. I think I got it, man. We'll see.
How did it how is it missed by 2 miles at 45 degrees? What do you mean?
I'll have to show you, man. I'm running out of time here, but
okay.
Yeah,
right.
let's do something on your channel, man. I'll show you what I come up with, and I'll show you where it almost worked, but didn't.
Okay.
And I'll show you what I come up with, and then you can tell me your thoughts on it.
All right. Well, this coming Tuesday, I'm out of town, so it could be a week from Tuesday.
Okay. The date.
All right. I'll send you a message, and we'll send it up.
All right, bet.
All right.
Here's what I'm doing, man. So here's what you're gonna do, McToon. You're gonna help me. You'll help me with it, and I'll just take 10%, man, if it works, man, with your help.
Let's get some final thoughts going. I really gotta get it. MC Toon, I just want to Squeaky Earth. Remember Squeaky Earth? It's populated by frog family now. We got Lazy Eye Frog. This guy found it. I adopted him, and then I found out he got a wife and a baby frog too.
Oh yeah, that happens.
So they are populating Squeaky Earth now. Now I got the second daddy, Squeaky Earth. This one is my nephew brought it to me. It's a big pile of pure rust. It does not squeak. It rumbles a little bit, like rubbles, but it's good. It's cool. It's like solid metal, very heavy.
Well, maybe the froggies can have a little more kids, and
and then we got mini actual Earth, and unfortunately, it got stuck in there, and it ripped a few pieces, and one of the pieces that it got ripped was actually Puerto Rico. What a
Oh,
fucking coincidence! One of the
that's
pins that get ripped out.
that's rough, man. All
My
those
place,
habichuelas are gone.
My place is gone. I wanted to share my setup, and it's how I do it. I'm like right out in the street, pretty much. It's my little Porsche, got my little plants, and I see while I got the show, I see the neighbors walking around and telling me, "You weirdo, talking loud and sweating over there, talking with random people on the internet." They know what I do, so it's good, man.
Could be worse. You could still be a flirt. A flirt.
Hey, you know it, man. You know it. All right, let's get a round of final thoughts, everybody. I know you just shut up, MC Toon, but MC Toon, final thoughts. You go first, and then Brian, and then we'll get everybody else in alphabetical order.
All right. Well, I updated my challenge because Oakley complained that he couldn't use the celestial sphere. How funny is that? So I said, you can use the celestial sphere where all the stars are charted. So go ahead, Oakley. Anyway, that's the update. Thanks for having me on. And that's it.
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Thank you very much. Yep.
I
Brian
look
Mavitt.
forward. You mean Brian Leak?
Brian Leakey.
I look forward to discussing this out with McToon. You know, even before the challenge, I was just wanting to fine tune it, and where it started failing close to the equator. I mean, to the horizon, I could use the fact that that happens on any model, but I wanted to get the true refraction because that starts kicking in my model closer to the horizon. But we'll hash that out. And but the fact that I was kind of aggravated because I was like, what if I try and use the map and you say, well, no, that's a globe. You know, that's why I was like, yeah, I just ain't even gonna bother. But I'd like to, man, since you updated it, that makes it more convincing. Money or not, it's still something that I wanted to present since I put a lot of work into it. One last thing is everybody who thinks I didn't understand what Stingray was showing me and y'all were telling me, I definitely do understand. I just think that conflicts with some of the other arguments, but I wasn't prepared with them. So next time I show up, next couple days or so, I'll try and bring my point of what argument I think that steps on, whether it does or doesn't. I'll try and be prepared. So if I accept that, I think that bashes a couple other arguments. So I'll try and be a little better prepared. But I do fully understand exactly what y'all are telling me and showing me. Don't think that I don't see what y'all are saying. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian Mavitt. Always fun to have you here, man. For real, I really mean it, man. And you gotta do something. You gotta come at least once a week and get your camera ready, get your test ready, because we always have a good laugh when you do that, brother. Let's get Al K. Final thoughts.
Hello. I guess the main thing I would want to say is that, address some problems I spotted with Brian as he was speaking today, which is mainly around refraction, which is that he first of all came in with his supposed solution to the Sextant challenge, which relies on refraction, using refraction as some kind of fudge factor to get the numbers he needs, whatever. And then later on in conversation with Bob, he made some sideways comment about refraction being used as a way to fudge the answers for the globe or whatever. And then he also said he used the horizon over water to calculate his instrument. And again, in conversation with Bob, also started complaining about Alberini and main surveyor's results because of refraction. And what was the other thing? Can't remember now. He said something else he was complaining about with refraction again, causing a problem with looking at the horizon. Oh, it was Jesse Kozlowski's, seeing the horizon above his crosshairs at Salt Lake City. So he needs to really, really make up his mind where he even stands on refraction in the first place. He wants to use it for his own benefit, but says we can't use it, and has lots of complaints about how it affects results, but says he can use it to calculate an instrument. Can use the horizon. So he's a bit of a confused idea what's going on there. And just quickly before I, take up everybody else's time, I saw no indication that he did understand what Stingray was showing. He constantly kept conflating looking away out into space at a tangent off the sphere with travelling around the sphere after taking a bearing. They're two completely different things, and if you don't confuse the two of them, you'll have no problem and no argument with what Stingray was showing, and that obviously wasn't what we witnessed today. Sorry it took so long to waffle. Cheers for the show. See you later.
It's all good. It's all good. Thank you very much, dude. I'm overwhelmed today. I'm happy with. I mean, I think within the first half an hour, we already had like 50 people watching, and it stayed solid like that. 74 people I saw in one point. That's magnificent for a small channel like this one. A lot of support. I really thanks everybody for checking in. So I guess it was an entertaining one because we actually did have a big audience, solid until the last minute. Good times. Blue Marble Science, final thoughts.
Hello, Jose. Yeah, I missed most of the show today, so I'll hold my waffling to a minimum. I guess the only thing I'll plug something that's going on up here. I've made arrangements to let people look at Cavendish down at the University of Tennessee on the 23rd of April, and if you want to do that, it'll be at 10 o'clock. That's a Saturday at 10 a.m. You need to email me because I'm not going to be able to have hundreds of people there. I don't think hundreds are going to try to anyway, but get in touch with me. The email is bluemarblescience@gmail.com. And you are more than welcome to come and have a look and ask questions, talk to the people there at UT. Do not show up thinking you're going to disrupt anything. Believe me. That'll be the one and only warning I'll give you. There are some, shall we say, arrangements in place to take care of that. But with that, if you've got a legitimate interest in seeing Cavendish, seeing the thing for real, putting your hands on it for real, come ahead. I'd love to see you there. And that's all I got. Thanks, Jose.
That is awesome, Blue, for real, man. Big kudos to you for accomplishing that. That's great. And yeah, looking forward to see when I can't do it, but I hope one or two people are able to do it. People that actually have met you via the internet. That'll be cool for me to hear, what went down in that time. Good luck to you, man, on that day. Yeah.
Yeah, I may try to live stream it if I can figure out how to do that off my phone or something.
Good on you, man. Good looking out, Blue. Brad, the Science Bro, final thoughts.
Hey, good show, Jose. Brian Leakey, hey, thanks for coming in. It was really entertaining. Good luck with your Cavendish. Hopefully it'll be more exciting than watch your concrete dry. And keep trying on your Sextant challenge. Maybe we'll see you on MC Tunes. That's all I got.
Thank you very much. And you guys know that I have evolved for the past few months, and I don't say thoughts anymore. I try to take my time and say final thoughts, even though it sounds like this potato thoughts, but we got final thoughts from Sean Smith. Flat isn't a shape. Like and subscribe. Thank you very much. Shaik, final thoughts.
Yeah, good show. We had Brian. I'm happy. Thank you.
Thank you. Doofus Manfred, final thoughts.
I just wanted to reiterate another point from the show earlier on. If we got predictions from timeanddate.com about where on the equinox the sun should rise directly east, and it's pretty much everywhere, and set directly west. And we have predictions like in the December solstice, the sun rising to the south of east and setting to the south of west. Those are all predictions of the globe model. Timeanddate.com is completely based on the globe model. So if somebody comes along and says that some aspect of the globe model doesn't work or doesn't describe this thing, timeanddate.com is actually describing that thing, and it is using the globe to do it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doofus. Appreciate that. C4, I didn't say your name because you never speak, but you want to give some final thoughts today? Thought so. Fred the Magnificent. Fred the Magnificent says, bodies of water Large bodies of water curve. Thank you very much. Gary Waibenga, final thoughts. Let's get Grubus in the house. Grubus.
Hey, Jose. I'm afraid I missed most of your show. I was maintaining my daughter's aquarium today, and I took her out and tried to teach her how to fly a drone, which freaked her out. Good fun, though. But yeah, I'll catch the next one, sure.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Larry, GPS, final thoughts. We get MC Mick name, MC name. Final thoughts.
Well, thank you, thank you, Jose. Now, if you're standing at the equator in Idaho on January the 17th, 1997, and it's 28 degrees outside, you cannot have parallel sun rays. That's all.
Ah, that's good. Very, very reactive name change. I appreciate that. Sean Smith, final thoughts, man. And Tiny Captain.
Well, yeah. Well, thank you for having me again. It was a very good show this time. Very cool and nice conversations. Thank you. Nice start of the weekend.
Good looking out, man. I appreciate it. MC Toon, not to put you in the spot, but I want your feedback and your thoughts on something. You want to hold me up with that?
All right.
We have lost a member yesterday of the channel. I lost a membership. I lost a subscriber. I lost a user of Discord yesterday. There was another 10 or 15 people here, which they didn't get triggered by what I was behaving, what I say. There was a lot of people in chat box that they say, Jose, you just did you and what I've been doing in the daily basis. But this person rage quit and he put a video on their channel saying, fuck you, Jose. What are your thoughts on that? When somebody rage quit of some place and then go to the channel and put a video saying, fuck you. If I go to your channel, I get pissed off at you. I say, MC Toon, I'm not subscribing you. I'm not going to know about you. And I put a video on my channel saying, fuck you, MC Toon. What are your thoughts on that? I mean, you got any advice for people? My advice is, if you're feeling this way, you should actually leave the discussion, kind of take some time off and do other stuff. What is your either, message or your thoughts about it?
Well, one thing I learned, especially on Facebook, is I'll write a response to somebody, and then I'll just go delete the first sentence, because sometimes your first reaction is too emotional, and once you have a chance to think about it, you're like, yeah, that wasn't right. So if somebody gets angry because of something, I think it's always good to wait until the emotions are not what are making your decisions. Instead, you want to do it rationally and logically. That's, I think, best advice. I don't know what happened. I'm unaware of this, but whoever it is, maybe today the emotions are less and retribution can be sought, or reconciliation would be a better word. I mean.
That's great advice. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, some people, and I don't blame that person because I was being an asshole, and we do a little bit of swearing here, in a good, in a good way, in a fun way. I was being an asshole yesterday. I was more of a flip flop than this Jose. I was this very hardcore skeptic, more of a denialist, and doing this character that I just like pissing people off. Which most of the people that participate here knows. When we don't have a flat earther, I step up to the game.
You have a skill set.
I do.
Yes,
I do. Some people take it a little too seriously, and well, I wish the person the best. But I think it's a little more of I think it's a little more of a burned out. People just getting burned out of the topic of talking to the same people. They I don't know. They expecting something and they're not going to get it from this group of people or myself either. Some people is expecting something from me that I'm unable to give it to them. I cannot be this very smart guy and call flat earthers dumb and assholes. I cannot do that. It's not me. Some people expect that from me. They say, Jose, when you going to stop giving these flat earthers a platform? I said, dude, that's what I do. I like it. It's entertaining for me. Yeah.
Yeah, you wouldn't have much of a show. It'd have to be a whole different show then, if you didn't give them a platform, right? I get that all the time too. Like, why do you give these people a platform? To confront them. That's why.
And I don't watch like this past show that you had. I didn't watch it. I say, why in the actual fuck can anybody go to Institute to listen to Piche? I have had him here hundreds of times. I talked to him hundreds of times. He's just not my style. So what did I do? I didn't even watch it. Now, I clicked on the show. I said, I'm just curious to see what he's saying. I watched it for the 15 seconds. And that 15 seconds, he was saying like, yeah, but I'm 50 years old. And I gone through this. And I was able to type a comment. I said, MC Toon. He say he's 50, but I remember last year when he told here, he was 47. So is he turning 3 years? Every year he go 3 years older. Even though he looks older than 50, we used to make fun of him because I said, you're 47? I call bullshit to that. And I was only last year. This year he's 50. What is going on here, man?
I wonder if he grew his hair out, if it would make him look older. Because he's bald right now. And I think men that are just have the Olympic wreath around the back of hair, that makes him look older. So, take it all off. It'd be interesting to see.
All right, everybody. Good times. Thank you, YouTube land. Thank you, Discord universe. I appreciate it. Jose JG out. Boom. I was looking at the wrong camera. Boom. Thank you. Good times. Good times.